All right. Hi, hello again. Sorry for the slight delay. Was getting a couple of things rapidly finished up and put together and basically put into Lorelink because it's been a busy week, and so I was wrapping up some of my stream prep right before the stream. Hello, Unstoppable. Glad to have you here. So, as a brief introduction, as we always do at the beginning of these things, hi, this is Mark Delacroix, product lead for Lorelink. Lorelink is, I click this button right here. I'm Mark Delacroix, the face you see in the upper left corner right here. Directly below me is Lorelink, our campaign management tool. It is where I'm going to be running this campaign that we're going to be playing today. Basically, this is where all my notes are, all my descriptions, all my stats for some random characters and villains and things like that, various locations the players can visit, various events that I want to have happen. All of that is going to be located right there in Lorelink. So that I can reference them during the game without necessarily having to flip through a bunch of pages in a PDF or a book or something else. I will have basically like rule sets and things like that open. So basically, this game is not 100% in Lorelink. Basically, Lorelink does have the ability to link to online SRDs and things like that, so you can include rules references. But Mage doesn't currently have an online SRD, so that's not possible. Music could go down a bit right now. Okay, music. Take a back seat. Chill music. Just chill. All right. Cool. All right. And so we are basically playing today the game you will see, basically the game you see on the right. We are playing in the Forge VTT. That is the system you see to the right. We are playing. I was going to take a deep breath before saying this. It is Mage, the Ascension, 20th Anniversary Edition, the Victorian Age is the name of this particular subset of rules we are playing. It is the World of Darkness 20th Anniversary rule set. In particular, the Mage rule set, and particularly the 20th Anniversary Edition of those rules, or basically revision of those rules. And in particular, we're playing in the time period and the rules and settings set up in the Victorian Age book for it. As the link off to the left basically talks about right there, you can see the fact that that is where you could basically, if it sounds interesting to you, basically that's where all those products and things like that are available if you want to check those out. We do not create any of that. We are just merely players. So if you enjoy it, please give it a look. All right. So however, I am not GMing this. I am not GMing this game by myself. I do have players. Strange as an idea as that is. So if my players want to introduce themselves, we'll start from what on my screen is left to right. So, Sakho, basically, or Michael, introduce yourself.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to join you today. Definitely looking to cause a bit of mischief, but trying to set a good fashion sense, a good sense of fashion. In the meanwhile, I do have some goals in mind, though. This should be quite interesting. Personally, I'm going to be hunting down James Clifford, the leader of a local smuggling ring. Of course, I plan to end his existence. Cheerio.
All right. Next up is 20.
Hi all, I'm 20. My pronouns are she, her. I'll be playing Birgit, whose pronouns are also she, her. She grew up raised by her grandparents, and she's kind of lower class, but she's feisty. She's a shaman in training, and she's trying to renew her family's bond with the Sami. And she wants to see if she could find any living relatives. of her family. And she is trying to network and become a part of an awakened network to protect all worlds against the Order of Reason. So, let's see how this rolls out.
Excellent. And last but not least, Tony.
All right. Hey, I'm Tony, he, him. I am the communications guy, the person that sends out all the newsletters and posts everything up on Blue Sky. Today, I am going to be playing the character of Mendoza. Really not much to say. He's just, working job to job, going around, just trying to find a place to belong and following a sense of enlightenment with guns.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark, I did go too quick for you.
No, you're fine. I was making a note of something. All right, so basically, we are playing basically just to do do a quick kind of bring people up to speed in terms of what we're doing. We're playing basically, so in terms of the game itself, we'll do a quick kind of rule things just to make sure. I did put out a cheat sheet for my players. You can take a look at that. But to kind of give you the quick summary of what's going to happen when I'm calling for stuff or asking for things. On your character sheet inside of Forge, or on your PDF, if you decide to roll, if the dice roller gets too bad, and you decide you want to start rolling in IRL rather than just on the just using the roller. The attribute section across the top, that tells you essentially what your base stats would be. If you're coming from a D&D or Pathfinder, that is your strength, your dex, your wit. You can see all of those are right there. Those are going to be the base to most of the actions you take in the game. Most of the actions that if you're trying to do something in the game, you're going to take an attribute, and then you're going to pick what the Forge character sheet has lumped everything under as skills. And you're going to you're going to pair those together, and then roll the number of dice, which is the total number of dots. So if you're doing a Dex Athletics, you're doing 3 dice and 3 dice, so now you're rolling a total of 6 dice total. Then I will set a difficulty, which is the number that you're trying to get over. And so you're trying to roll higher than that number on each of those 10 10-sided dice. So if I set a difficulty 6, you're trying to get 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 on those dice. And then sometimes things will be more difficult, so you'll need more than one success. If you roll 1s, that means the fact that those subtract successes out of your pool. And it does the Forge character sheet. The one thing the Forge character sheet doesn't really have a space for, so you're going to have to keep an eye on that PDF. Sadly, is on the PDF. Sometimes there will be a word between the skill name and the number of dots. Like for example, on Mike's character, between dexterity and the 4 dots, there is nimble, and between stamina and the 4 dots, there is tireless. I think Mendoza has at least one as well.
Yeah, like music, under art, stuff like that.
Basically, intuitive for perception for Brigitte, and sewing next to crafts. Those are what is known as specialties. They're essentially, your character is good at this skill, but they're really good at this particular aspect. If you could if when I call for a roll, that involves that skill or attribute, you're like, hey, I think this attribute involves me being nimble. Like if I'm calling for Dex Athletics to jump over something, flip over something, to dot, to roll underneath something, Mike might be like, oh hey, I feel like that's a nimble thing. I'm going to invoke my nimble specialty. What that allows you to do is anytime you roll 10s, when you're doing that, you'll count them as 2 successes rather than just 1. Also note that basically all of you will have a willpower, which I'm noticing I didn't set for Brigitte. 1 second. Brigitte has 5. There we go. The dots are your permanent willpower. Don't change that. But underneath it, you've got boxes that you can check. And those boxes
Yeah, I
are
can't
basically...
interact with my character sheet at all, just for the record.
Oh, you came in just a hair later. Let me actually make sure you're assigned to it. So, basically, that allows you to... Yeah, because everyone's set to observer for it, but you are now set as a...
Oh, gotcha.
There you go.
Thank you. Hey, I can do things now.
Yep. So, basically, for willpower, you'll click one of those boxes to indicate that you're using a temporary point of willpower whenever you're doing something. This is your comeback, thumb in the basically. This is I think my character was going to succeed at this. Click, basically, you will add 1 success to whatever you're attempting to do. Note that you can still fail even after spending willpower. If you do something, basically, if you roll 1s and you cancel it out. But you cannot botch. Botches happen if you roll no successes at all and have at least 1 1. Botches are, they're critical failures in in a lot of other systems. Bad things happen, but for the most part, they're just you fail spectacularly at whatever it is. When you're casting magic, however, it basically really bad things happen if you roll a botch. So it's just important for you to note the fact that willpower, basically you will have up to your number of basically dots in willpower. Basically you will get dots back, or basically you'll get temporary willpower back when you act in ways which are basically based on your character's basically demeanor, which is their inner self. So if you're like, hey, basically if you act in a way which basically helps it, I give you willpower back for doing that. We'll basically do a brief talk about magic. And basically magic, what you need to, there's the guide I put out there has basically a quick section in there on, hey, basically you should probably pull it up and basically take a look at it. It'll tell you what common effects you can pull off with what combination of spheres, which is at the bottom part of your character sheet, you have. For the most part, the first dot is perception. But basically, I believe they talk about it in the guide. The first dot is essentially perception. Second rank, it allows you to manipulate stuff. Third rank allows you to control. Fourth is basically 4, which I don't think anybody has at this point, is command, and 5 is mastery. So basically looking at your skills, you are interacting with all sorts of with that level of things, going, oh hey, I want to help manipulate someone's mind. Okay, that's rank 2. That's rank 2 of mind. I want to manipulate forces. That's rank 2 of forces. I want to manipulate the distances between objects. That's correspondence. Spirit world is basically spirit magic and things like that. There is no, in terms of if you're used to playing a more traditional D&D or Pathfinder, there are no real limits on your magic in terms of nothing is going to, there isn't any that says, no, you can't do that, no, you can't try that, no, you've done that too many times today. Nothing in particular stops you. What stops you is the fact that as you do more and more and bolder magic, the reality starts to pay more and more attention to you and starts to try to lock you down, and you end up with what is known as straight. Straight is essentially reality uncomfortably focusing in on you more and more, to the point where eventually you've built up too much friction with reality and there has to be an adjustment, a balancing of books, as it were. And after you reach your 5th point of, basically at some point after you get your 5th point of straight, which can happen at any point after that point, I can call for it whenever I feel it is dramatically appropriate. You will roll all of your straight and then deal with whatever the consequences of that are. Usually they're just some minor damage that gets forced on you. Sometimes they can be some silly things which are going. Sometimes they can be silly. Sometimes nothing can happen and things just keep going normally. But that is the only cap. That is the only thing which is restricting you from being able to pull off really cool and crazy things. The note is essentially there are 3 types of magic, which we will decide whenever you decide to cast a spell. There is elegant, there is uncanny, and there is catastrophic. Elegant is magic that doesn't look like magic. Magic that is, that could have happened. Mage refers to it as essentially the idea of the fact that a hypothetical bystander would look at it and go, oh yeah, that could have happened. Basically, you reach into your pocket and pull something out. As long as they didn't see you just empty your pockets, yeah, that's basically you pulling something, and the object makes sense for you to pull out. Yeah, that probably falls under elegant. Uncanny is, I don't think that, basically, that seems odd to have happened. That is unusual to have happened. Basically, like you snapping your fingers and summoning fire. Things like that. Basically, you teleporting from point A to point B. Yeah, IRL magic, yep. Basically, things like that. Basically, it goes into uncanny. And that's going to, you will always generate straights. Basically, start to build up to backlash with uncanny magic. Then there's the last type, which is catastrophic, which is essentially uncanny magic that dramatically changes the situation. Like, I'm going to blow up a building. I'm going to disassemble all the pieces of matter in that carriage. I'm going to stop that person's heart from beating. Things like that are what is usually considered catastrophic, and it should it's the same amount of backlash as a uncanny if you succeed, but if you fail, it's much, much worse as reality starts to take a notice. So, basically, the instruction I will give you, basically, as we talk through this is, basically, don't be afraid of using your magic. Be creative, however, how you use it. You have these powers, you have these abilities. Basically, figure out how you can use them in interesting and in creative ways. Push the limits. We'll go back and forth. I'm never going to tell you. I'm always going to inform you of what your action would do. And then you can decide whether or not you want to continue with it or not. Because essentially your character would have a fairly decent idea over, oh, hey, I'm pushing the boundaries by doing this effect. And it's meant to be a back and forth kind of discussion conversation where you're like, hey, I think I'm doing this. And I'd be like, that feels kind of uncanny. And you'd be like, well, I think my character is set it up so that this. For example, Brigit, your character has an additional skill. It's under features on your character sheet. You'll see it at the bottom. It is called blatancy. What blatancy is that is the ability for you to be like, no, that wasn't magic. That basically the examples they give are all modern. Basically, the modern equivalent of no. We were we were doing up. Basically, it was for a TV show. Is the example that they give, and basically being able to, you have the ability to convince people. Basically, be convincing and act in a nature that makes people go, oh yeah, that's possible, which helps to avoid reality taking notice. If you're like, no, this could totally, it's totally normal. We're doing, that was just a magic trick. that was a reflection of the light. You didn't see that. You're able to pull stuff off better.
So you're saying I'm a Jedi?
Essentially. As a note, all of you basically there are descriptions attached to these basically those talents. I don't know if they basically it doesn't look like they show up really well. But if you click on basically under backgrounds, if you go to backgrounds under the features page, you'll see a long list of weird backgrounds of stuff. If you click on the edit icon, which is to the left of the trash can icon, please don't click on the trash can icon. Basically, you'll see it pop up and it'll say description and attributes. Description will be blank because I don't know what's going on with this character sheet, but if you click the edit button there, it'll actually show you the fact that I have indeed actually put something in there that will give you a little bit of clue over what that background does and what the level you have at it does. So let's go ahead and get started, and we'll answer questions and other stuff as we keep going. Unless there's any questions that somebody has immediately about their character or the way something looks or works.
Nope.
I'll just ask as I go.
That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of immediate res on this because it is a one shot and we're running a little bit late, as it were. By the way, I'm hoping to end this probably around 5. I assume that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Roger.
That would be 5 Eastern, right?
5 Eastern, correct. I'm saying I'm planning on ending it on at 5 Mountain Time. I think people would start
listen, I got things.
People, I am appreciative and respectful of your time. So all of you have received information that a certain professor by the name of Roland, Professor Roland, teaches at London University. And basically is a known member of the awakened community. Is known for the fact it's kind of known for being somewhat eccentric. Never really leaves his house. Still shows up occasionally to give lectures at the university and then disappears just as quickly as he appears. Known to be a little bit of a collector, a little bit of an eccentric. Definitely your kind of was known to back in his earlier days for being your stereotypical British explorer. Traveled the world, went from place to place, discovering brand new civilizations and cultural cultures, and introducing them to the glory of the British Empire. Whether they wanted to be introduced or not. More recently, he has that was his more younger. He's now probably older, probably in his he's up old for the time, 50s, 60s. He's getting up there. So all of you receive a note, whether basically for Brigitte and Mendoza, it's kind of passed you directly. Basically bearing the basically as having come from directly from the professor. Basically, I am going to basically I feel terrible because this guy didn't give me a pronunciation guide for Sakharam, and I feel like I'm butchering the name.
I think Sakharam is accurate.
Sakharam. Okay. So Sakharam, basically, you will get it will kind of come to you as essentially, basically, kind of through a couple of back channels. Basically, it doesn't come to you, basically, in your normal capacity, but kind of, you're following leads, and you're basically, when someone who you've basically paid to keep tabs on things related to Mr. Clifford. And that a former associate of Clifford, someone who he had dealings with in the past, that the professor was looking for individuals to help him with a particular enterprise. And that your skills, you were being directed to him as having a particular set of skills that could help with could be useful in this situation. You're directed to an address, basically a Victorian estate. I say Victorian. Everything is Victorian. We're in the Victorian Age. It looks very Victorian. To say that is to say it looks modern.
Very modern.
And basically, it's just on the outskirts. Basically, it's outside of London proper. Outside of downtown London. But basically has is still inside of I wouldn't say inside the city limits, but still there is a fairly busy, there is a fairly active road that goes out in front, carriages passing by on a regular basis, people walking by. There are shops and other things within walking distance. And as you approach, you can see that there is a carriage already pulled up in front of the house. And you can see that there are a couple of individuals dressed in uniform, kind of loitering outside the carriage. And everybody give me perception law. Good.
Perception law. Can I ask a brief question on the exact setting? So, it turns out Victorian London is a vast era because so much happened.
Victoria lived for a long time.
Right. Are we pre or post the London Underground? That happened almost exactly the middle.
I'm gonna say we're probably just post. Basically, like the underground is a new thing which is just starting to catch on. Basically, it's in process. It's being constructed. That is very obviously part of the new technology that the Order of Reason is helping to kind of push, and is causing concern for those in the Guild, the Council of Nine, because there's something there's slightly unsettling about a large number of underground projects that are being done.
Okay. So we're early to mid 1860s then.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to have some idea of where I am in terms of technology and things that I could expect for London. All right. And you said law? No, not
Yep,
law.
perception law.
Yeah, law. Perception law. Oh,
I
goodness.
have a clarifying question.
Mm-hmm.
On my sheet in Forge, what does the X mean in the first spot on the dots?
That is if there is nothing there, basically you have no skill in that topic. That is what the X is there for.
Right, but I'm looking at, for example, perception, and my PDF shows I have 4 dots, but on the Forge sheet it's X, then dot, dot, dot.
Oh, basically, it may be the fact that I didn't fill it out correctly. If you have 4 full dots, then you should have 4 full dots.
Okay.
Oh, I know what happened. Oh, everyone's going to have to double check that. The character sheet lists them in intelligence, wits, perception order. What the Forge sheet lists as intelligence basically flips the order of. And so I just followed the order. So everyone's last column is maybe wrong because I was just going off of assuming that they kept the same order, which they did for everything except for the mental stats.
Mine were all 2 dots, so.
Yeah, yours is fine.
There's no finance.
Yeah.
On
Basically, this is a modern 20, and so I think I can't remember if I just picked a different stat and basically like computers or something silly like that.
Oh, yeah, all mine are wrong. Like my abilities are wrong too.
Interesting.
Some of them, not all of them.
That's fair. I'll take it. Mostly it's correct.
If you see something that is incorrect, go ahead and you should have the power to correct it.
Correct. There was just one.
Yep. Like finance is missing because they don't have a finance one.
Yeah. I think that sounds like esoterica to me.
Now, esoterica is something that exists across both.
Yeah, I know.
Computers is the only one that doesn't exist across both.
No, that's fine.
Showing etiquette.
Basically, everyone may have additional skills which are under features.
Survival.
Like I think you have seduction and poison, Sakura.
Yeah.
Those are listed under. Basically, those are essentially under backgrounds. What languages you speak are under merits and flaws.
Yes.
You basically focus. Basically, everyone should have their focus in there. I don't know if I filled out equipment for. I filled out equipment for most people. I don't know if I filled that for everybody.
It's fine.
Okay.
Manipulation, appearance. Dexterity, stamina. Perception. Okay, so now that I have it all filled out correctly,
Yes.
to roll perception, I just click it and then click roll.
Yep. Basically, we're sticking with a difficulty 6.
Well, if you're rolling law, do you would
I
typically
don't.
click
I
law?
don't
No.
have loss, so just perception.
Oh, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Okay. So 1 success, 2 success, 2 successes. Okay. So everybody will basically be able to pick this up relatively quickly. That the people who are loitering outside are officers of the law. Basically, Sakam and Brigit, basically, you both kind of recognize this as the this looks kind of like the loitering of basically, hey, we're here, basically we're here to arrest somebody or take somebody into custody. And they're kind of doing that kind of loiter outside the house. so you're still up, basically, you're still back out on the street, but basically this is like on the drive, basically leading up to basically you can see them basically up near the house that the carriage pulled up to the door.
Okay.
How do you want to proceed?
So who is it that we're meeting exactly, or do I'm because I don't. Or
Professor
do I not actually know
Roland
that yet?
Lamont.
It's Roland that we're meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Professor Roland Lamont. Basically, he has the gist of the message, or the task that you're being asked, basically, is he has regrets over previous actions and wish to set something aright.
Okay.
But doing so is a task suitable for a younger generation.
Okay.
He's
I
too
swear
old.
This sounds like the setup to our Call of Cthulhu game. I swear to God.
So right. So are we greeted at, or do we need to walk up to the door?
Basically, you are at the gate at the street. There is a drive leading up to the house. One of those kind of round, basically circle drives.
Yep.
Carriage is pulled up to that door. And there is so you're still back at the street. There's probably a good couple meters.
Is there a gate?
Yes, it is currently
We
open.
have to open a gate.
No, it is currently the gate is currently opened.
I walk up the road.
Okay.
Saunter
Nice
Uh,
casual stroll.
Birgit also walks up the road, the drive.
Oh, hello. Good day, miss.
By the way, I'm
Miss-
not going to do an accent.
Not doing a Swedish accent? Such a
Yeah,
shame.
I don't have that in my repertoire. FYI, I did not learn how to do that. So,
That's fine.
Birgit will nod and say good day.
The name is Sakaram. Pleasure to meet you.
And you, my name is Birgit.
Very good. Lovely. And he will slow his stride slightly
That's great.
to avoid walking away from you.
You will note that both of the officers have basically taken note of your approach. Basically, they're straightening up a little bit. Mostly just looking basically kind of annoyed.
What brings you to the professor today?
I was summoned.
Seems to be going around.
I'm just letting those two talk. I'm going to stride right up to those officers, tip my hat. Say we're here to see the professor.
I'm sorry that the professor's that's a terrible accent, basically. Professor's a little bit busy.
You can wait.
And will be unable to accept callers. And you should probably go on back home. It's a matter of the British, basically it's a matter of the constabulary business, as it were. No need to trouble yourself, sir. People, basically, they are very deliberately talking toward, basically, most of their attention is focused towards the one more well-dressed individual.
Huh. Begging your pardon, but it'd be quite rude to send us away at this juncture. Please do provide a bit more of a reason. We were all summoned to speak with the professor.
I'm afraid the professor is detained. I don't know what accents I'm trying to do, and it's just
Now
all
you're
over
suddenly
the place. Vaguely southern there, yeah.
John Law. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
I needed to listen. I just need some. Hang on, can I pull up this game? Where's I need some.
Where's
proper...
Dick Van Dyke's British accent when you need it?
Oh gosh. I don't think I'm getting sound through, so I can't pull.
So.
It's funny because I could do British.
So the guy we're speaking to is actually, he's law enforcement. Based on the uniform. Okay.
Yeah. He is a peeler.
Okay. So a point of clarification. You know, you have detained him, or perhaps he is indisposed permanently, perhaps.
He is currently be answering questions. No, he's Scottish, sir.
I mean, Scottish would be more
Scottish.
realistic.
Scottish is at least the right island. He's gonna end up as Officer O'Malley from Batman if I'm not careful. Kind of the gore of Batman.
Oh my god.
He currently be answering questions regarding some activities that the Crown has some interests in knowing more about. I can't basically, not my job, not my responsibility, nor do I particularly care, to be honest, how long that's going to take. But we have been set here to make sure they're not interfered with. Perhaps the professor will let you know at some future time if he is available.
Could perhaps I could speak with your supervisor, because I would like to tell him what a lovely job you're doing protecting his privacy. But at the end of the day, come so far, I intend to go in the house. It would only be polite to fetch me some tea and give us a quiet room to wait. Don't you believe?
Are you going for are you attempting to exert station here? I guess is the.
Yes.
Okay, so give me a.
You're not going to send me packing. You're going to give me some tea, give me a quiet room to sit in. Like,
this is either appearance or charisma, intimidation.
Let's. We're gonna do appearance, intimidation. I don't have intimidation, but that's fine.
We'll make this difficulty. We'll stick with difficulty 6.
It's fine.
Oh, Michael.
What?
Oh, you got a success. Success.
I got a success.
My brain was on a 1 as bad.
No, it's a
That's
number.
one success.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I'm fine. It's fine. I was about to give you crap for your dice.
I did okay.
He looks uncomfortable, but he kind of sighs, and this be over my this be over my pay grade. This is. Basically, he kind of looks over at the other officer who basically looks at them. He kind of looks at like. It kind of shrugs.
The other officer's like, "Don't bring me into this, mate."
There's a good lad.
Just
inside there would be fine.
Basically, he kind of points the other one. You stay here, and basically just, I ain't getting you tea, but basically you can come in. Basically, you can sit in the waiting room. And basically, I'll let my superior know you're here.
Did I receive a written invite?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll if it comes up, I'll have that to pull out. But all right.
So he will basically right this way, sir, and will kind of escort you, basically kind of direct you into the house. And as soon as you step into the house, it is very evident that this is a collector of so much esoteric, basically exotica, esoterica. Basically, there's a little bit of everything everywhere mixed in, combined. It is hard to find any particular area to look that doesn't have something in it that isn't from this island, let alone this continent. Basically, stuffed animals of various shapes and sizes and types. And basically like clocks and basically all of that. And there's always just a little bit wherever you look where it's just slightly off. Like, there's a collection of clocks across one wall, and all of them look normal, and they're all basically you expect that it's not too weird that some of them have different times than others. That happens. But some of them are running backwards, and some of them don't have the right the numbers are in the wrong order. But it's just one or two, basically you just catch it looking through and basically checking back, and sometimes you can't even find that whatever it was that looked wrong again.
Interesting.
And you're led into a kind of sitting room, where basically chairs and tables and basically again more kind of exotica is kind of set up, and basically he kind of very kind of rudely kind of just ushers you in, goes out to the corridor, grabs a poor young lady who's looking quite distressed, and kind of shoves her in, into the room. It's like, apparently they're guests of the professor. It'd be your responsibility now. And basically tromps off down the hallway. Everyone could give me perception alertness.
I lightly pluck my tongue. That's so unbecoming.
Did you literally just tisk?
I did.
Okay. So, Mendoza, you're mostly just kind of overwhelmed. Like, there is just so much in this room which is different and unusual and from places beyond and outside. And the thing which is definitely getting your attention the most, Mendoza, is you can swear that just under the, basically just in the corner of the room, kind of basically where the sunlight has created a pocket of, basically where the windows and the furniture and the sunlight have created this pocket of shadows. There's something in there with, basically you're just catching this weird glint of 8 red eyes. And they're kind of staring at you. And they kind of, basically, as you stare back, they kind of blink. And then continue kind of staring at you. So that's what you're noticing. Sakram, the maid is in a terrible state. She's obviously distressed, put off by something which is going on, and is basically asks you all for tea, and basically is barely holding it together. Her hands are basically she's decently well trained, and so she's basically keeping the stiff upper lip, as it were, but her hands are very definitely trembling. She's having to ask multiple times to basically to catch tea orders and things like that. Something that basically any competently run household would not be acceptable behavior for someone who is serving guests. So something clearly has her rattled. And basically, Brigitte, what you are paying more attention to is that you are hearing, you can faintly hear it kind of echoing through them, the open door to the hallway. There are 2 individuals having a heated discussion. You can't really quite make out what the words are. But basically it's very definitely one side is basically making demands, and the other side is an older gentleman that is not basically giving answers which the angrier voices basically that making demands doesn't like. And so lots of demanded questions, vague kind of meandering responses, and it's going back and forth. And basically where those voices are coming from is the direction that the officer is heading.
Oh, wait. Did you ask for perception alertness?
Yes.
I had a bonus to that, darn it.
I mean, you got 2 successes, so.
Yeah. Just learning the system. Okay. Do I also notice the shaking of the maid? Or whatever her title is?
You will note the fact that the maid is basically, I won't say you probably don't may not necessarily note the maid shaking, but you will definitely note that the maid seems distracted. That like she asks you what you want to drink, and she kind of goes around and then asks you again. Basically starts to leave and come back and asks for whether or not you want basically how you take your tea, etc.
One lump or 2. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Mendoza, are you doing anything?
I'm not breaking eye contact with those 8 red dots.
Okay.
This is feeling a little bit like a horror.
It's
I
very
told you
lo-
it's like the setup to Call of Cthulhu.
It's very Lovecrafty so far.
I mean, Mage and Call of Cthulhu do have a decent chunk, and when you set it in the Victorian time period, the similarities do become a little bit more obvious.
It's like deja vu all over again. But I am slowly going to start walking towards those
Okay.
eyes.
You get about halfway across the room when the eyes will kind of blink one time more. And then basically just as you're about to reach basically reach it, a small black kitten will dart out. And grab your leg. Do the kitten pounce thing. It's a
Woo, kitten.
black kitten. It
Of
does have
course.
slightly reddish looking eyes. It'll just look up at you and meow. And then basically will pounce around your foot for a little bit and bat at your bootlaces.
I'm gonna kneel down, play with it.
Okay. You'll note that it has a collar tag that reads Arachne.
Arachne.
That checks out. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, Brigitte?
Well, I've got intuitive as a thing on perception. Am I intuiting anything about what I'm hearing down the hallway?
I would say the fact that basically what you're intuiting, basically like you're able to tell the fact that this is basically the professor is basically likely the older voice. It is likely a detective or inspector who is the more demanding voice. And they're very definitely basically like you're getting that sense of they're trying to get information out of him, and basically you can't tell because you haven't really met him well enough, and you're just listening to it, but he is either basically very cagily trying to meander and delay, or he's just incredibly scatterbrained, and basically they're just frustrating them that way. But basically you could definitely tell that this is a conversation which has been going on for a bit, that the inspector is getting more and more frustrated.
Is there a door on the room that we're in, and is it open?
I mean, there's the door that leads out into the main hall that you came into. This is essentially a a drawing room type situation. There's another door off of this, which your guess would probably lead to rather this is a sitting room, not a drawing room. Basically, that probably will lead may lead to the main dining room. There's a set of stairs to basically immediately went up off to the right when you came in.
All right. Birgit will position herself near the door and try to listen in more to what's going on down the hall or in the other room or wherever it
Okay.
is.
Okay. So you will basically getting a little bit closer and kind of listening harder. You'll be able to pick up basically bits and pieces. It's still not clear. It gets briefly clearer when the door, basically you hear a knock on the door. And basically the conversation cuts off and you can hear the officer basically report to the inspector that the professor has guests who were insistent. Basically, it's like we're basically there seemed to basically as a set of 3 guests to see to see the professor, sir. And he's like, why did you tell them to go away? Basically, we're conducting an investigation here. I don't have time to be dealing with them. Well, one of them's a Tosh, sir. I can't exactly just throw him out. And he's like, basically like, basically, where are they then? They're in the, basically, I had them come in and they're in the drawing room. The maid's taking care of them. That's fine. Whatever. Basically, the professor will just give, basically, obviously, professor, you have guests. You have guests, professor. You would want to keep them waiting, so if you just give us the information or the item, where basically either tell us where the crystal is, or basically just hand it over, then we can be on your way and you can spend your afternoon with your guests, and the rest of us can get back to what we should be doing, which isn't interviewing old men in creepy houses. And basically you can hear that basically like, so just go back outside and wait. And basically, and so you're like, all right, sir, righto. And so he'll basically he'll shut the door, and you can hear the professor like, oh, crystals? You're interested in crystals? Well, I've got a great collection that I got from the Andes Mountain, harvested directly from just this box over here. No, not you. The door will shut. And basically you catch snatches of basically something about basically sun, crystal, and basically, no, I'm not your son. And basically the conversation kind of continues on that, basically on that thing, and then you see the officer will come back and go back outside out the front door.
Am I the only one who heard this, or did we all?
You're the only one who heard it clearly. The rest of basically everyone else, Mendoza and Sakram, would hear the fact that there is an argument going on. And you could definitely hear that there are several, basically a doddering old voice, a strident, more authorial voice, and the voice of the officer who let you in had a conversation, and that the authorial voice is frustrated.
Don't care, kitten.
The kitten's a remarkable climber. Like, it just like climbs up just about anything. It's not even you using its claws. It's quite fascinating. Just practically just climbs up everything. Almost spider climbs up everything, one might say.
I'm not.
Basically, it's on your shoulder before you realize it.
Alright, so if the officers are leaving, then I will wait patiently. But if they're not leaving, then I'm going to start getting involved here in a second.
The inspector is still arguing with the professor. The officer has left.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, they're back out front.
Okay. Give it just another moment or two.
Okay.
But I don't know anything about a crystal. I'm assuming this is not in my wheelhouse of information.
You are familiar with any number of crystals. Basically,
Got it. Yeah.
What would that be under? Let me double check. Give me intelligence and investigate. Yeah, give me intelligence investigation.
All right.
Well, basically, this is difficulty 7.
Oh, it's still a success.
Okay.
Sorry,
There
should have clarified that
was
before I rolled.
basically on the Hawthorne lists of goods. One of the items that basically had been basically had been claimed from somewhere, and brought into London, was an item that was marked as Sun Crystal HE.
Okay. Sun Crystal HE. Wonder what the HE stands for. And I don't know anything else about it from that.
You're aware that it was one of the items that was on the list. It was marked as one of the items of basically an item of power, not just a cultural relic, as it were.
Ah, okay. Okay. But I wouldn't know where it is. But it's conceivable that that's why the professor asked us here, which would mean he wouldn't want to talk about it in front of the inspector, obviously. All right. 'Tis time. Take a last sip of tea, stand up straight, adjust the jacket, and stride into the room where the inspector is interrogating the professor. Good day, Inspector.
Before you continue, basically one of the other two, you will see this happening. Are you going with, or are you staying in the
I'm following.
waiting room, the waiting room essentially? Okay.
I sigh and see if the kitten wants to ride along on the shoulder with us, or
I mean,
I'm
if you
nothing
start
if not
basically,
delicate.
the kitten balances there perfectly if you start moving. It doesn't seem to fit. Good.
I was gonna say I'll just give it a scritch behind the ears and just follow. See
It
what
purrs
he's getting
loudly.
into.
Okay. Good day. Would it be constable?
And it's basically, are you deliberately being insulting, or
No. Inspector.
okay? Basically, yeah,
Good
it
day,
is.
Inspector.
Basically, he is plain clothes, which means he is more likely to be an inspector rather than an officer.
Good day, Inspector.
Who the?
I do believe that perhaps the poor professor, he is getting along in years and he seems to be quite tired. Perhaps your questions could wait a bit longer. Allow him a moment to rest, a bit of respite.
Now see here,
That would be the polite thing to do.
just because basically I don't know who you are, but basically I am here on business of the crown, and basically I will thank you kindly not to just bloody well walk into on my investigation and interfere. We were kind enough to let you stay in the room, and you could wait there until you're bloody well called for.
Sir, this sort of language is completely unnecessary. I assure you. But
apologize, but you are barging in on a sensitive investigation, sir.
And it seems to me that you are barging into an old man's house.
I am doing so with permission of the crown.
Oh. please forgive me. So you have the Queen's express permission to be here, then?
Basically, I have a written note, basically a writ, basically from a duly appointed judge.
Oh, you do indeed. Okay. Well, so long as the paperwork is all in order, then. Professor, it's lovely to see you. So sorry that it took so long to come. Apparently, I was too late. And I kind of glare at the inspector slightly, and then smile brightly at the professor.
The Professor Lamont.
Anything I can do for you before I bugger off?
He kind of peers at you and kind of blinks and basically seems to be trying to sort through something. He's basically, and he kind of basically, there was a quite urgent matter I did wish to discuss with you. But it does appear that this officer of the law seems to wish to basically take I don't know what the good way of saying this is. You have prior demands on basically on my time and basically possibly my goods. I'm quite distressed to not be able to properly speak with you.
It is quite all right. I assure you. I am not in the least way offended by your inability to meet with us at this moment. And I will reach over and pat him on the back of the hand and make sure that my hands are close to his, just on the off chance that he has anything to hand me.
He will basically grasp your hand firmly and will basically then suddenly have a coughing fit. And basically pull you down towards him. And basically as he is racked with spasms. Beg apologies, basically this chill London, basically the air in London has gotten so much worse these days since the factories started pumping.
Of course, I whip out my handkerchief and hand it to him because a gentleman would.
Basically, he will bend you down towards his ear and basically whisper in your ear, "They mean to seize the crystal. Basically, time is of the essence. If you could get them out for, if you could get him out for a day or so, I could deal with the repercussions. But we need time."
Okay.
And then he will continue coughing for a bit.
Oh,
hand you back your handkerchief. And they'll be like, it's a foul air.
Inspector, perhaps it would not be amiss to provide him just a bit of a break. So much talking. Perhaps a nurse could be sent. A physician, even.
He frowns slightly. It's just a coughing fit, nothing too severe.
I may be able to help. Birgit comes over and begins having a look at him.
Okay.
She has medicine I don't know what you would want me to roll there.
Well, it depends. Are you attempting to actually diagnose his coughing fit, or are you attempting to provide cover for a possible lie?
Yes. She wants to make it look real.
Okay. Give me wits medicine.
Okay. So, in the roller, difficulty?
We'll make this a 7, just because it's a little bit more challenging.
And
Since he's right there.
And I have the medicine. Wait, hold on. Where is it?
So you can click on medicine and then choose wits as your ability for it in the drop down.
Ah. Okay. Oops. Okay. And I do not add a modifier.
No.
Okay.
Unless you
Yeah,
have something, unless you're doing something to do, it would give you an advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
Good morning. So basically you can come up with something. Basically, it's up to you. Basically, you as a player, like, I can come up with this, or you can come up with this. But basically, how do you want to deceive? What kind of deception, medical deception, do you want to foist off on our poor doctor, or put this guy on the form inspector here? Maybe not so poor.
Well, first of all, was he standing up?
The professor is sitting. The inspector
sitting.
is standing.
Okay. Okay. Oh dear, yes, this man is not well. She'll call for the maid
Okay.
and say, bring some tea and whatever tinctures you have on hand immediately.
The inspector will. Okay, go ahead.
And then she'll just continue, like, tending to him and, like, touching him therapeutically and you know, just ministering to him as a part of this whole ruse.
Okay. The inspector will kind of frown and be like, what's wrong? What's going on? Just a coughing fit. Everyone has them these days. Air shifts. Yep, good.
She'll, like, gently... You'll excuse me, Professor, and she'll, like, gently pull his eyelid down to look at his eyes, and open your mouth, sir, and have a look at his mouth, and oh yes, there's swelling. This may be contagious. This may be contagious. We should
I take a step back and cover my face.
We should probably lock the house down and keep everyone inside. This is not good at all.
That's... he basically is very definitely... Basically has taken several steps back and has pulled his own handkerchief and is kind of covering his mouth. I mean, surely, basically... No, basically, it couldn't be... And he just kind of... hang on, I'm gonna go, basically, I'll summon a doctor. Basically, just wait here. And basically, he will storm out. And as he hits the, basically, as he hits the doorway, basically you can hear him basically open the door. Basically he goes out, he leaves the room and goes down the hallway. And as he basically you can hear him start to leave the house, you see the professor basically kind of look up suddenly and kind of give a wicked grin and make a slight gesture, and speak a stream of a brief stream of Latin, and then kind of basically make another gesture, and then basically you'll hear the door open and shut, and all of you will be able to tell that he has just done some type of magic in some form or another. And basically he kind of sits up a little bit straighter. Thank goodness, I thought he'd never leave. Quite a rude individual. Well, we won't have to worry about him for a little bit, at least. It'll probably take him some time to figure out why exactly he has found himself in the Palace of London. But, basically the Tower of London, but,
Well played, well played.
Whoops.
But I'm sure he'll be back soon after that. However, in the meantime...
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Professor. I am Birgit.
Yes, excellent. Birgit, that would probably make you Sakram and Mendoza, I believe?
Mendoza, yep.
Oh, excellent. I am so glad you're a punctual variety. Sadly, the law appears to have been even more punctual. But we'll have to make this relatively quick. But by no means let me be a discourteous host. He kind of claps his hands, and the maid basically kind of comes in and looks around and just kind of, is everything okay, Professor? Like, oh, yes, basically, we've got some guests, and we'll have more violent visitors in a while, but for now, things are relatively normal. Bring the tea in. And basically, and bring those cookies. The ones I just got recently from the, what was the name of that place? They're a farm, basically. I think they're from the Americas. Pepper Ridge, I believe. Yes.
Nice.
Basically, they just went. Basically, they recently switched from farm to bakery. At least I think they have recently switched. Are recently switched. It's hard to keep track of things.
But do they remember?
I do think I do remember. Yes. And basically, he will. The maid will come back in. And bring the tea set back that she played. She will move it from one room to the other room, bringing her half-drunk cups with you. She will refresh anyone's cups who have run low. And the person will be like, "Oh, hang on. Let me. Basically, we're running low on sugar. Rodrigo," and he'll pull a bell pull, and the maid's eyes will get huge, and she'll leave the room. Basically, she just leaves the room in a hurry. Basically, as soon as he rings the bell pull and calls for Rodrigo. Basically, shortly thereafter, there will be a dunking at the door. It almost like a knock, but it's basically like something whacking basically one of the other doors into this room. And then he'll be like, perfect. Rico has brought the sugar. There wasn't quite enough of it. Basically, he opens the door and then he kind of goes, "Oh, the fine silver. Well." And so basically, we'll just have to figure out something later. And he will basically kind of bring in a what used to be, still kind of is a silver platter, that very clearly has slobber and drool covering parts of it and large bite marks, as if something had clamped onto it and carried it in its mouth. And you will see in the doorway a 3-headed poodle. And like, I mean,
Nice.
like basically a standard poodle, not
I was
toy
gonna ask,
poodle.
standard or miniature?
Yeah, this is standard, like, and basically possibly even taller than that. Like Great Dane poodle, basically with 3 heads, and each head, has a butler-esque bow tie. And the paws have white cuffs on it. He'll basically, thank you, Rodrigo. We'll work on something later on this, but thank you. Cyberdoodle just isn't quite working out yet.
Cerberdoodle.
We'll just have to keep working
Wow.
on that. And it quite happily will trot
Hilarious.
back out of the room. Arachne has now left your shoulder, Mendoza, and is now sleeping in your lap.
Just absolutely keep scritching.
You will occasionally, it'll stretch, you'll feel it do the kitty stretch thing, and you're not basically like the need and the stretch, and this cat is really efficient. You can swear occasionally you'll look, you're not paying attention. There are so many legs pushing into you, so many kitten paws. Then you look down, there's just the 4. But basically, Professor will bring the tray over and be like, well, we'll just grabs a towel and kind of cleans it up, and is like, well, we don't have too much time. But, so, yes, you're here for a reason. And basically, so was the inspector and whoever is backing him. I'm afraid the timing has turned out to be terrible, or quite good. Depends on how you look at it, I guess. Keep a positive outlook. Yes, that's the proper British way. Basically, we will see this through. Basically, you individuals are, I guess, basically particularly suited for something I need to have done. There is in my youth, my younger days, I was quite the explorer, and basically I ventured to many a place, and basically some of which basically perhaps not should have been visited and should have better been left alone. And I have come to realize that as I've become older and wiser, and as such, I have realized that some of the items and esoterica that I have acquired, borrowed, some rude individuals might say stolen, but over my years, basically in my line of duty, have should be perhaps returned. Some the need is may prove to be more urgent than others. In particular, I am not familiar how familiar you are with realms beyond this one. Basically, Birgit, you are obviously most familiar with the ideas. Is he will kind of explain the concept of umbral realms, which are essentially realms where belief and unbelief, basically realms beyond belief that have been willed into existence by the persistent belief that they don't exist, in that strange kind of paradoxical way that magic works. Basically the idea of obviously the great Avalon, Basically, a place which everyone is certain basically could not exist, did not exist, but everyone knows did exist or hopes exists.
And therefore it does.
And therefore, because of the strange twists of magic, therefore you can still get to in magical ways. One of these you might have heard of is the idea that the earth that we stand on is not solid, but in fact is multiple layers where we just happen to be on its outermost layer, or so we think. And that there are layers beneath us inside this hollow earth. He'll kind of tap his foot on the floor.
Hollow earth indeed.
And those are places, places where time does not touch, and some of these more fantastic beings that we have dug up from the ground and started putting together, these thunder lizards. I believe the term that they're being called now is dinosaurs. Are basically can still be found roaming. That they did that basically we are digging them up from the earth where they've attempted to burrow up, or basically they've retreated down to, or various other things. And so there's this idea of the fact that there's a place just beyond where these creatures, these giant lizards and things like that, still live. The Order of Reason, however, would rather not such fantastical ideas be around or still exist, or anything that's such. These things are too fantastical for them. They are seeking to codify their particular set of laws and ideas, and as such, stamping out such fantastic places and ideas like Hollow Earth and things like that, as being basically as troublemaking.
Troublemaking.
However, while I was there, I may have basically borrowed a particular device which seems to have been the center of this Hollow Earth, set up by some previous or future, or it's hard to say exactly how these things work. They basically, time works differently in these umbral realms, and basically many points may intersect on one. And as such, the beating heart of this realm was a crystal. And there were a set of two. One, basically, the one that would essentially would replace the other while the other recharges. It was kind of basically, it's hard to describe the machinery, but basically it was clearly that it was kind of a dual set that was basically backup and original, or basically charging, and basically much like you've seen those fantastic, like those electrical experiments where basically electricity can be stored in a battery, and like this is like one draws empty and is being recharged. One of those kind of fascinating type things. And well, I basically, in my younger days, I assumed that if there was, two of them, they didn't need both of them, obviously. And so I may have borrowed one of them to study further. Obviously, always intending to return it back. I mean, of course. But in the basis of time and things like that, I've gotten older, and I've started to realize that basically the time is starting to run out. And basically my examinations of it are proving to me that, in fact, that if these crystal is not returned and properly placed back in, basically replacing the old, basically the broken one, the rundown one, the current one that is in place, the realm will collapse. And while some of the Age of Reason would basically feel that it is a just and proper thing to have happened, and would not necessarily complain, I am not exactly certain what would happen. I mean, the things which are there may find themselves here, and we may have to deal with dinosaurs in London. That would be unfortunate. I do not think the two species would coexist quite well. The biologists and botanists would go wild and mad with excitement, but I think the poor people would not particularly enjoy being chased through the streets.
Indeed not.
There's several basically land masses. Ireland could quite promptly disappear. Not certain why Ireland, but it just basically multiple timelines Ireland could just cease to be. As well as the year 1865. Just gone.
The
Might
whole
not
year.
happen. Yeah, none of you were born in that year, were you? Wait, what year is it?
We haven't even gotten to 1865 yet.
Oh, good. Well, in that case, basically that wouldn't be a huge problem for you. You're having your birth year cease to exist. It causes innumerable problems, and basically
I
many
can
people in
imagine.
this game have suffered horribly. But in any case, I am not as basically. Inside of my house, I am master of my domain, as it were, and basically am quite content. Basically, quite still able to give a little bit of a tussle when I've needed. But I'm afraid that Hollow Earth is a young man's game, as it were. Ladies' game. He corrects. Basically, young persons, individuals. But I feel that it is basically. I need some help here, and I feel that you three individually normally are basically students and other stuff, but I feel that. Basically, I need to reach out to you three, as you three have a particular, no particular love lost for doing something which might be counter to the established order, shall we say? I feel that
How could you tell?
Well, it's a sense one gets when you've lived as long as I have. You sense when people are a little different. And I feel that basically, in these coming days, if we don't stand up and basically take charge, we're going to find ourselves pushed into a corner by these order of reason people. And if we let them do things like collapse umbral realms or do other such things, and basically we're going to find ourselves as basically backed into a corner. So, can I count on you to basically take this crystal back back to Hollow Earth? And I do have to confess, it won't be an easy trek. And I also fear that if they discover that it is no longer here, as they might suspect, they may take steps to come after you. Them being some of those chaps, basically in either the uniforms or the
law enforcement?
Basically, I feel like there will be some on both sides of the law. I believe in particular, there is one individual who has been providing such delicate type of artifacts and things like that to the order to help serve them, either to preserve or to lock away or otherwise steal away from their native cultures. That particular smuggler, which would be of interest to you, Mr. Sakram.
Yes. You have my interest.
I fear that he is likely of interest in acquiring and distributing these items. So, if you could basically be willing to take on this test for me, I would be quite grateful. And I basically strike a blow against order, and basically strike a blow for freedom, as those you Americans are fond of saying. Mendoza, I believe.
Just kind of snorts.
Oh, yes, I suppose your views on American freedom might be a little bit dimmer than others. But in any case, basically there would be right. So are you willing to take this on? I guess let's cut to the chase and to get right down to it.
I, of course, am willing. I wish to protect all worlds from the Order of Reason.
Nothing would make me happier.
Of course.
Excellent. Well, in that case, first things first. He looks around the room. Yes. He walks over to a large wardrobe against the wall. Look basically kind of focuses on it for a bit, and you can feel the strands of kind of basically magic being activated. And
Indeed, I can.
Yeah, and he will. All of you can tell that it is correspondence magic, essentially. And he will basically open the door, open the cupboard, and inside is a 1 foot long light green faceted crystal. That is very clearly radiating energy. And he will basically bring it back, and basically place it on the table. This is the sun crystal. You'll need to be placed basically back into, I believe it is Smoky God is the basically kind of how the site is named. I'm still not 100% certain how this machine came to exist, or who set it up, or why, but it is located inside a formerly active volcano. Was not active when it was there last. Hopefully it's still no longer active. By this point, I am guessing that the crystal has probably been pushed to its limits and may have taken damage. If so, when you replace it, bring me back the broken one, and I will see if I can't repair it. The crystal itself radiates all energy, basically all types of magic, with the exception of life. And you basically be like, you'll probably basically, if you need any gear of any sort, come this way. He will open a door. Basically again, you'll feel those stirrings of correspondence magic, and inside this closet, hallway closet is a walk-in closet, with all sorts of expedition gear, ropes, canteens, gear for any kind of climate. Titans, picks,
prepared.
Basically machetes and various other sorts of things. But take whatever you need. And basically he'll hand you a pin with a blue jewel in it.
To whom?
basically he'll hand the group, whoever will take it. It's a small, basically, it is a small pin of a peacock with a blue gem set in its eye. Basically, he will instruct you to basically depressing the jewel. Will basically when the energy is reestablished in the hollow earth, this will enable you to teleport back. It will glow blue, and at that point you'll be able to return back. When things are working, the large energy will enable the increased energy signature will make it easy to teleport the party back. It is possible he could pull you out before that point, but dangerous. Less certain.
Okay. Frigate takes it and gently pins it on Sakram's lapel because it probably would look great there. And she has a hunch he would appreciate that.
Of course. Absolutely.
Last, he will... Hey! Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good time. Silverthorn. I said boing. Welcome to us playing Mage the Ascension 20th Anniversary Edition, Victorian Age. The party has just received a quest to return a sun crystal back to Hollow Earth, a land of dinosaurs and jungles and volcanoes.
Oh my.
And last but not least, he will hand you all a cookie. And he will explain that basically these are magical cookies.
The Pepper Ridge ones?
The Pepper Ridge ones. He has had them basically they've been infused with a little bit of magical energy, and you will discover that consuming them will recharge your natural reserves of magical essence. Essentially, in-game, eating the cookie will give you 3 points of quintessence. Quintessence is a resource that you can spend to lower the difficulty on magic spells. 1 point drops the difficulty by 1.
And you use it to make row beasts.
Yes.
Make what?
Voltron? Anyone? Voltron?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
My bad.
Okay, so what I heard was that the Pepper Ridge cookie is +3 to quintessence.
Yes.
Okay.
Quintessence is at the top of your character sheet. There are 2 pluses and minuses on either side. One side, the side that says quintessence, basically increases your quintessence. The side that says paradox, otherwise known as straits. Paradox is the modern term for it. Straits is the Victorian term for it. I may use them interchangeably. That is the thing that gives you the backlash and bad things happen. So, we are at 3 o'clock. So, what is... Yeah, Milan, yes, there's some place called Milan, no.
No.
Milano. From Pepper Ridge.
I'm so amused.
And so basically at this point, make decisions over any equipment that you want your character, pretty much anything mundane that your character would want to pick up. Knives, daggers, even some basic firearms are probably in here. Anything exploration gear you want your character to pick up, rope, or rope, pythons, anything else basically go ahead and add basically note on your equipment page that you're picking up and grabbing. And after good.
What kind of climate should we expect? Jungly?
Jungle, yes.
Jungle.
Warm. Humid.
Yeah, that tracks.
Rations?
Yep. He does not expect you to be gone for long. Like, it is probably he does not expect you to be gone longer than a day. It is just rugged terrain. Far too much salt pork and hardtack. Sadly, no Lembas wafers.
Is there a pair of boots that might fit Birgit?
Yep. There are basically several boots, both male and female, and at least a couple of sets that appear to have 3 sets of boots. Not too certain about those.
Nice. Trying to think. Ropes, climbing. I'll grab climbing gear.
Okay.
Specifically. And if there is a firearm, I will take it. In principle.
Do you even know how to use it?
I don't know.
You are.
He has a dot in firearms.
Yeah, totally.
I would think.
And a kukri, if there's a kukri.
Ooh.
Your character has some. Your character carries basically does have the equipment on basically that is listed on the bottom right. Your character is currently carrying.
Oh, interesting. It didn't show up until I hit edit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have
curious.
to touch
okay.
edit for things.
I don't know why that works that way.
A garrote and a hat pin. Okay.
You see, for me, my equipment still didn't show up on edit, so.
I may not have gotten yours
It's
in.
2 pistols and a hunting knife, okay?
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot that had to be typed down. It's okay. I can do it.
Part of my problem was I started entering Jin Yi and then realized halfway through that no one was playing Jin Yi, and I just wasted a bunch of time putting that character in. But, maybe she'll show up because she's the only one who has life 3, which is what you need to heal others.
Those are the things that I am taking from the utility room.
Noted.
And now this very human 20 needs to run AFK. I'll be back.
Yeah, I was going to say we're at about 3 o'clock, so we should probably take a brief break at this point.
Perfect.
Basically, this is a perfect breaking point. As we transition from London to Hollow Earth. So we'll be right back. Thank you for watching for as long as you can. As a reminder, we are basically everything you see down below. That thing I've been scrolling through every once in a while is LoreLink, our campaign management tool system. You can find out more about it on our website, lorelink.com, and sign up for our free tier level. Not a free trial. It is a free tier that has all of the basically has a large subset of features available for free and 2 campaigns. You can get started on that today. And in any case, we'll be right back. What do you want to say? Do you want to say 15-minute break? Start again at
Sounds good.
3:30. Okay.
Sure.
Be
Perfect.
back
Yeah.
at 3:30. All right. We'll be right
soon.
back.
t'aimais plus. Je voulais te le dire, que je t'aime encore. Je t'aime aussi. Je t'aime, tu sais, je t'aime. Je suis comme une folle et je m'en fous que les autres le sachent, qu'ils le disent. Notre soirée est belle, elle est magnifique. Je sais, elle est belle. C'est toi que j'aime. Dis-moi que tu m'aimes. Mon amour, sera-t-il possible de t'aimer plus? Je voulais te le dire, que je t'aime encore. Je t'aime aussi. Je t'aime, tu sais. Je t'aime. La la, la la, la la, la la, la la, la la, la sera-t-il possible de t'aimer plus? Je voulais te dire que je t'aime encore. Je t'aime aussi. Je t'aime, tu sais. Je t'aime.
Hi, hello. We are back. Thanks for sticking with us through the short break. Let me return us back to our game screen. All right, look, it's the game screen again. Let me recenter myself in the camera and make sure I'm not spending the entire time slightly off camera, because I have a bad tendency to do that when I'm looking at the video afterwards, going, why did I spend 3/4 of this video with my head out of frame? All right, and the people are unmuted too, so players can be heard.
Hi.
Hello.
Better or worse? Hi-oh.
Welcome back.
Ohio?
You can't just say Ohio these days, Mike. That's a thing now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't just say words.
Keep forgetting.
Typing
Can't just say
to
words.
test the chat box. Chat box is still live, still working, as far as we can tell. Tony, my gosh. I have to go change the audience on this stream if you're going to keep saying things like that. All right, so where we left this group, basically our group of mages who have not used magical powers yet.
There you
they-
go. Good
They
time.
had come basically they had come to Professor Roland's house because he had a mission that he wished for them to undertake. He wished for them to return a sun crystal to the machinery that operates Hollow Earth, a umbral realm beyond this reality. That because it's for the stated reason that as a as a younger adventurer, explorer, he had borrowed a crystal from the Hollow Earth and fears the fact that his borrowing may in fact now have doomed the realm unless something is done about it and the crystal is returned. Again, borrowed. It's fine. As long as it goes back, it still technically counts as borrowing. It has been the British motto for many, many hundreds of years. Eventually,
We're going
things
to
will...
repatriate the sun crystal.
Yes, eventually it'll come back. And as long as it goes back eventually, it's just borrowing. So, and basically, you have also been informed that there are others who wish, basically, for the reasons of maintaining order and wiping such mystical and fantastical places off the map, would rather such artifacts be in the proper hands. Of course, those hands are the proper hands of the British government or the Order of Reason, or however you wish to look at it. And the professor seems to have decided that that is not necessarily the case anymore. Having ushered the cop, basically the investigator, out of his apartment and out of his manor and directly into the Tower of London, he has bought you a bit of a head start. But how long that head start will last, he could not promise you. So, you basically you have gotten all your equipment. Who is carrying the crystal? I know that Sakram has got the pin. I don't know who is going to be carrying the crystal, yet it is a 1 foot long faceted gem.
I'll put it in my bag.
Okay. And once you have declared your readiness, he will actually. Basically, as a brief clarification, I was looking at through things and thinking about it. He gives you 2 cookies each, not just one.
Oh yay!
Each of you will have 2 cookies that will give you that. He will also explain, basically, as you're about to open the door, that Hollow Earth, being a magical place, doesn't necessarily have the same level of reality looking down on it. As such, basically, there is no such thing as catastrophic magic in Hollow Earth. So, backlash in the streets are much less severe while there. And then at that point, once you are done, he will usher you to the front door. He will then lay his hand on the door, and you will see him do some serious concentration. Not just basically like the other things he has kind of done kind of flippantly. This one he seems to need to have focus and concentration for. And a little bit of time passes, and you can see beads of sweat kind of breaking out at his brow, before he will finally basically kind of sag slightly against the door, then straighten himself back up and open the door, hitting you with not the what you would have expected, basically the cold, basically Victorian winter and the smog of London, but instead with a steamy jungle scene that spreads out before you.
Okay.
Well, I make sure Arachne is not tagging along.
Arachne basically, it took a little bit of convincing, but Arachne is now on the professor's shoulders. And she does arch a little bit when the door is opened. And she kind of stares out into the jungle, eyes tracking multiple things. All right, so you step through.
Let's do this.
I step through.
Okay. As soon as you step through, you will find yourself, in the jungle. Turning around, you will see no such door or doorway behind you. Your companions will kind of simply step into existence as they cross the threshold themselves. Where are my... Did that not save? Oops. Some of my notes didn't save. 1 second. No, I have to... I have to actually page through things. Ugh. Suddenly you are thrust into a vortex of basically inconceivable proportions and land solidly on the ground. You find yourself near the base of a large volcano that sits in the middle of a lush jungle. You hear the shrill chirping of unfamiliar birds and feel a hot sun beating down. The humidity can be cut with a knife, and as a dragonfly the size of a small dog floats by.
Okay then.
That's rather a large fly.
I'm not petting that one.
You don't want to pet a dragonfly the size of a large dog? I don't understand.
Small
Not as
dog.
cute and
Small
fluffy.
dog.
Small dog. It's completely different.
Yeah, sure. Could possibly go wrong with that.
Okay. What do you do? You're in the middle of a jungle.
Is there a path, or are we cutting our way?
Which direction are you heading?
Towards the volcano.
Yeah, didn't he say it was in the volcano?
Mm-hmm. There is not a clear path. Go ahead. Basically, go ahead. Everyone could give me actually. I could basically perception alert this difficulty 8, or if you have 1 dot in correspondence, give me an Arte roll.
Give you a what roll?
Arte. It is the
It's-
top of your sheet. It is under
Alertness it
basically.
is.
Basically, if you have 1 dot in correspondence. Correspondence magic is the magic of location and other, basically, and the perception of distances and things like that.
Okay. Difficulty still 8?
No, the difficulty for that is 3, actually. Much lower. Okay, so Mendoza, basically, it's a hot, basically, like you can see which direction the volcano is. It's hard to miss that. It's about a half-mile away, and basically, but you basically Sakram, basically you're basically again basically you can see the way to the volcano. But basically, in terms, basically, Brigitte, you can feel a particularly kind of strong pulse of magic coming from, basically one particular spot at the base of the volcano.
This way. She'll start walking that way, drawing her machete to clear any underbrush.
Okay. Okay, so as you basically you keep going, you make your way through. Everybody give me another perception alertness roll, difficulty 6.
There it is.
Mendoza is not having a good day being perceptive.
He misses the cat.
Looking at every shadow, hoping to find the cat. Okay.
Looking at every spider web, hoping to find the cat.
So, Brigitte, basically, you're kind of walking through it, basically, and this is an amazing place full of so much life. Like, there is insects everywhere, birds singing from every tree branch, insects buzzing, small little creatures kind of scattering and kind of running all over the place. And basically, and you're hacking your way through and you're moving forward. And you will basically you'll start to notice that it gets a little bit quieter. Basically, like there's a lull in the bird song, as it were. And you'll kind of stumble as you hack through something. And you'll note the fact that you're kind of you end up kind of stumbling through a large indentation in the ground. And looking at it, it is very obviously footprint shaped. And
How large are we talking?
Large enough that you can fully stumble into it.
So, like, feet in diameter?
Like feet in diameter, yes.
Okay.
And Sakram, you will notice that some of the water that is collected at the bottom is rippling slightly, trembling somewhat rhythmically.
Of course it is. Okay. Do pay attention to that water. Something is amiss.
Yeah.
You all kind
And
of
this
stare
is
at
a
it for a bit.
giant
It
footprint.
continues to vibrate.
Carefully steering clear.
Very good.
The vibrations seemed to be getting closer together. And you're starting to pick up on a rumbling sound.
Is there cover?
I mean, you're in a jungle. Depends on your definition of cover.
Just somewhere to not be stepped on. Birgit will sidle up next to a large tree and hope that that means that whatever this is will not walk on the tree.
Mendoza? Sakram?
That seems like a fairly good idea.
Can we tell which direction it's coming from?
I will follow her lead.
That is perception awareness. Or perception survival. I will allow either. Difficulty 7, probably.
Oh, jeez.
One success. Sakram.
I'm following along. But it's survival what?
Perception survival
There's
or
nothing.
perception awareness. Either one.
Equal crap. Yeah.
The ground is shaking, and you're mostly just kind of focused on that. At this point, basically, you have very clearly seen that a lot of the birds in the area have taken flight and have left. And there's a kind, basically, Mendoza and Brigit can basically from the south, basically away from the volcano. Basically, somewhat in the same direction you've been coming from. There's kind of basically you're getting loud rumbles and cracks, as something is obviously forcing its way through the jungle,
Okay.
heading in
Birgit,
your direction.
Birgit will make sure she's on the opposite side of the tree from that sound and will pull Sakram with her.
Okay.
I already said
Yes,
I'm
thank
following
you
suit,
so much for that.
What was that, Tony? Sorry.
I said, like I said, I'm following suit.
Okay.
Just with my own tree a little farther away.
Give me basically. So you're going for the stealth approach here. So this is probably Dex stealth.
Difficulty.
We'll make this opposed, so difficulty 6.
So if I don't have, I want to clarify something. If I don't have a dot in the skill,
You're just rolling the attribute.
so you just roll dexterity.
Correct.
Got it. And you said difficulty 6?
Yep. No, I don't want a total. A little bit breakdown. Actually, let me just look at it. 7, 9, 10, 8, 9. Good morning. Okay, welcome to the jungle. So you will hear basically large intakes of breath from overhead, as something stomps through and is very definitely doing definitely seeking, and basically you hear it kind of basically breathing in and basically snuffling, and then basically moving forward, basically tromping forward, as it continues to move in your direction. Basically moving deceptively silently for something of that size. Like, you could feel like you're still feeling the earth kind of tremble and move underneath its weight just from that, but beyond that, it's not making a lot of noise. And it's basically you can basically hear it kind of pausing and basically kind of stilling, and then breathing again, and then moving faster in your direction, and starting to pick up pace as it charges in your direction. And it's going to be heading in Brigitte's general direction, since you picked different trees. You feel like it is heading in your direction, Brigitte.
Got this.
I'm just looking at my sheet. Give me a moment.
Not a problem. They're not actually scent hunters. They're sight and sound hunters. Okay.
So what you're saying is I wasn't quiet enough?
You probably moved.
Details.
Yeah. So this one says the fact that they probably did sniff the air. Okay. Substantial part of their brain was dedicated to olfaction. So a combination of basically you moved, you have body heat, and you smell.
I mean, yeah, we are in a jungle, so probably am already stinky. Tony?
That was Mike.
No, that was Tony.
Oh, that
It
was Tony?
definitely
Okay.
Tony. I know Tony's
Yeah,
voice.
so sorry.
I've worked radio dead air just as
Try this guy just. It's the closer to the music you're looking for from this particular circumstance.
Don't make me mute you, Tony.
That one was me.
I know, but I'm threatening Tony because he's the one who keeps provoking it.
So, what are you thinking you want to try to do?
Well, I was just looking at all of my special moves to see if any one of them sounded good, but I had to scan them all. Thank you very much,
Not a problem.
Tony.
Angel emoji.
You can't just say angel emoji. It doesn't do you any good. Hey, Luna! Hello, hello, hello.
Luna?
Welcome to the stream, Luna. We are
Welcome
sad you
to
are not
the
here, but
chaos.
glad that you are in the chat.
Good to
Hope
see you,
you are
Luna.
hope you're enjoying your time off.
All right. Educate the player here a second.
Sir?
Mark, what is spirit?
Okay. What is spirit? Essentially, spirit has to do with conjuring things of more metaphysical variety. They could be, it could be of basically a undead nature, could be considered spirit, or it could be stuff like the spirit of rage, the spirit of nature, the spirit of, basically think more totemic spirits. If you're going with basically that kind of idea of where it's not necessarily the spirit of an idea, the spirit of a concept. Like the city might have spirits of machinery, of transportation, of man. Or you could do elemental type spirits as well.
Could I use spirit to conjure a representation of a typical prey animal for this creature coming my direction and send it off away from us to try and draw this thing away?
Sure. What
Great.
type of what type of spirit are you are you going with for this? Are you going for basically deer? Basically, what type of prey are you going for?
Have I seen anything in our walk so far that would give me an idea? Like what's in this environment? Or am I just guessing?
Let's see here. Your knowledges are cosmology, enigmas, esoterica, medicine, and the occult, as well as a little bit of survival. So, yeah, basically, you would essentially... Let's see here. What is... Basically, recognizing this is Victorian, it's like recognizing. I'm like, okay, with my modern perception, I would go, okay, other dinosaurs, basically smaller prey dinosaurs, herbivores, things like that.
Right.
That is probably what you would expect. Basically, you have seen those kind of drawings and things like that at, basically from museums and things like that. And you've probably caught glimpses of them. Basically kind of darting and disappearing out from your basically from your walk as you've been going.
Okay. So yeah, like a smaller prey dinosaur.
Okay.
That's the spirit I would like to invoke.
Okay. So how magic works is we look at it and we determine what kind of what level of you're conjuring a spirit, and so that is going to be conjuring a spirit is spirit 3 essentially. You're not going you're going for an actual spirit. You're not going for you're not trying to imbue it with life. You're not summoning the spirit into something. You're just doing a full stop basically want that spirit here. So that is spirit 3. That is going to be not basically, it's not obvious, basically an animal suddenly crashing through the woods is unlikely to be basically elegant. It is more likely to be uncanny. So you're likely to take 1 point of straights from this. So it's going to be uncanny magic. The difficulty for this is, I have this for Hollow Earth. Basically, difficulty is equal to the highest sphere plus 3. So your difficulty for this is going to be 6.
Okay.
And now what that means is that you will roll art, and you're going to basically set the difficulty at 6, and you're looking for at least 1 success. Again, basically, you can choose to spend willpower on this if you wish to guarantee a success. You haven't eaten, basically, has anyone actually eaten the cookie, or are they all just holding their cookies?
I haven't eaten a cookie yet.
Just hold.
Just don't lose your cookie.
Okay, so you don't have any quintessence at this point to spend, so you can't lower the difficulty. So hold your cookies and toss your cookies. So you are. That's prime. There's spirit. Spirit 3. Pierce Gauntlet, step sideways, rouse or lull spirit. Environmental roll thing. Spirit 3 actually damage spirits pattern. Rouse a slumbering spirits with an object or places to put active spirit to sleep. Okay. So basically, it's going to be rolling art, difficulty 6. It is up to you if you want to spend willpower to give yourself a guaranteed 1 success or not. But go ahead.
Sorry.
Good.
When you say rolling art, do you mean rolling arete?
Arete, arte, art.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, because
yeah.
Because arts is in the skill, so I want to make sure you're saying arete.
I believe it is arete. I cannot remember. I can't remember if it's
actually. I looked up the pronunciation. It's arete.
Of course you did.
Is that the Mage pronunciation, or is that
well, no, it's
what the word should
up
be?
The pronunciation of the word on Google, so. But as long as you're not saying arts as a skill.
Yeah, it is not basically. It is arete or arete is the pronunciation that the game is looking for.
Right. Arete is great.
Yep.
All right, difficulty 6, and then I use my spirit modifier?
No, the spirit modifier is what set the difficulty for this.
I see.
Because you're like, I'm going to try to do this, and then we determined, yes, you have spirit 3, so you can't actually pull this off, and then it is a matter of basically, but you're doing a spirit 3 effect, which set the difficulty at spirit plus 3. Your highest sphere plus 3, in this case, 6.
Got it.
So you have 3 dice to make 6.
And I don't have quintessence, so I can't reduce the difficulty.
Yes, but you can spend a willpower point to guarantee a success.
Yeah, let's spend a willpower point.
Okay, so just check the box underneath the furthest left dot.
Good thing I spent a willpower point.
Okay. Rolled a 10, a 2, and a 5. That is basically with the willpower. That is 2 successes. So the effect will occur. Yay!
Yay!
You will take 1 point, basically, as you have done something which is basically bending the nature of reality somewhat, even in this strange place. You need to basically you'll end up with 1 point of straights. That is at the top of your thing where it says paradox. basically click the plus sign to the right of Paradox. There you go.
Got it.
You have earned a point of Paradox. Again, bad things don't really start to happen until 5. Do note, however, removing Paradox straits takes basically it's about a week per point.
Right.
So it doesn't go away quickly. Okay. So go ahead and basically describe to me basically basically how you want this spirit to react and basically what it looks like to you.
Okay, so the little spirit dinosaur darts out from behind the tree where I am into the visual field of the giant dinosaur that you haven't really even described yet. And just starts running away from where the three of us are hiding in a different direction.
Okay.
And obviously behaving as the animals would, you know.
Mhm.
Like this, I assume the spirit knows how the animal behaves, and it behaves like the animal.
Basically, you kind of counter the spirit and you can give it a nudge a little bit, basically based on what type of spirit you're conjuring and things like that. But this isn't like you're summoning illusion, you're controlling it. It mostly behaves as it would normally, and it it comes into existence, and it makes a kind of a noise you haven't heard before. If you've heard baby alligators,
Yeah.
and you know how much they sound like video game noises.
Nice.
It's that kind of sound effect. Basically, just kind of this, and it it kind of makes that this upset, distressed noise, and then will dart. This obviously will get the attention of the T-Rex, who will swing to face it, and start to give chase. Storming off. Now I have to look up baby alligators. If you've not heard baby alligators, yes.
I've not.
Yes, you need to look that up and listen to it. It is the most video game sound effect.
Oh, you're right, it is.
And so basically it will disappear off into you'll hear the dinosaur kind of stomping for a while, and you'll feel you will kind of feel the spirit start to fade as it gets further away from you. Okay, what are the rest of you going to do?
I figure once the big one's out of the way, we start heading back towards the volcano.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Indeed.
I can be stealthy and quiet, but this is out of my wheelhouse a little bit. Out in the wilderness like this. I deal with people.
Okay, so you will start to after a little bit of time, you'll pass the remainder of the half mile, and you will find yourself, after clearing away some vines and brush, find a cave entrance, that leads in, has obviously been carved out. And takes you deeper into the volcano.
Carved out by humans?
I mean, a machine, carved out by tools. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
basically you are confident somewhat as you enter as you enter the cave. And basically because the cave mouth kind of shrinks down a bit, and you're fairly certain it's too big for for a dinosaur of that size, that creature you just basically saw storming through to enter. Basically, you will find yourself in a hall, basically a kind of a long, actually kind of an entrance hallway which has unlit torches lining the walls. The passageway will continue a little bit further in until you reach a large domed room. Basically, further ahead, the neon blue glow emanates from a narrow hallway on the other side of the domed cave, and you will start to feel the crystal that you're carrying, Brigit, will start to warm slightly and also glow.
Excuse me.
So basically, there is a entrance hallway. Basically, the entrance hallway you just came down, which had the torches in it. This domed cave and mural room, and then a glowing narrow corridor.
What kind of glow is it? Is it magical?
It is unnatural blue glow.
What color is the sun crystal in my bag glowing? I'll take it out.
Same color.
Mm. Okay. How long is this corridor?
Not long, probably a couple 100 feet.
Okay. And the torches are unlit, you said?
Unlit.
Did anyone bring a source of fire?
I brought a lantern.
Okay. That's good. That'll do then.
And fuel. I mean, I know Mark's not that type of storyteller, but I still feel the need to say that.
Yeah,
I appreciate.
I understand entirely. I've played with those storytellers.
If it's not on your sheet, it doesn't count. So to be fair, the GM who has that rule is the one that's playing the game, which is decades long and can have basically multiple, basically 6 months to a year between sessions. So enforcing, hey, if you didn't actually put it on your character sheet, it doesn't count, is sometimes just a preservation instinct. Let's go ahead and bring you here.
Devil doesn't need an advocate, Mark.
Yeah. No, but I am doing this as a. There are times and places for GMs to be strict, being more strict and less strict.
Yeah.
I am speaking as a mentor of GMs and things like that, and so I do feel like I do need to say, most of the time, yes, don't be that person who is incredibly strict on things if that is the nature of your campaign. Basically, do it when it fits the circumstances. If you're playing a survival horror type campaign where you want them to track every drop of water and every ounce of food because that's what increases the tension in your game, then you need to do that. If you're playing a fantasy game where basically every other thing, people are slaying dragons and and flying through the air and things like that, being like, you didn't tell me you brought rations, so you starved to death out in the woods.
Oh my god.
Okay, maybe back it down a bit.
Well, and wouldn't, this is a one-shot, but correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't you, discuss all of this in a session 0? Like, this is what I expect?
Yeah, usually.
That would be the expectation that you would want to establish up front, so that your players all knew the fact that, oh hey, if I screwed this up, this was something I screwed up, knowing that it was basically a concern of the adventure. Yes, very much
Okay,
so.
I have to keep track of each arrow in this one. Got it.
Yep.
That
Yep.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dear heaven. Okay, so where were we? We were in this corridor, right?
You have come into the cave entrance.
And I'm sorry, I think I missed it. Did you say that it's big enough for the T-Rex to come in?
It is not big enough for the T-Rex to fit in.
Wonderful!
Yes, that
Food
gave you a
safety
sense
should
of
be
relief
good.
coming in here.
I mean, there may be other things, but at least it isn't the T-Rex.
Now the Velociraptors.
Velociraptors are tiny.
Velociraptors are chicken-sized.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember. It's basically what the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park are closer to, but I can't remember.
Utah Raptors.
I was gonna say, was it Utah Raptors?
Yep.
Utah Raptors. There you go. Not the basketball team. Chicken-sized or chicken flavored. I mean, if you
The
ever
Utah
actually
basketball team is not the Raptors.
Yeah.
That's Toronto.
Yes, you are correct.
Sports.
Okay. So, basically, you will come into this domed mural room. And you can give me a roll for perception awareness.
Yeah.
Difficulty?
4.
Wow.
Some days are better than others.
Good grief, I'm still overwhelmed by the dinosaur, apparently.
You're tracking the noises outside the cave, as the T-Rex is very obviously frustrated, making larger frustrated noise, and it is basically obviously searching through the jungle for its escaped prey. And that is what holds your focus. Sakram and Mendoza, both of you will recognize the fact that this is basically a very definitely magic imbued place. Prime matter, life, and forces all are kind of tangled up in basically in the construction of this building. The far narrow hallway has a neon blue glow, much the same as your replacement crystal that you are carrying. The walls of this place have a mural basically a reminiscent of ancient Egyptian art style. But the clothing they're wearing kind of doesn't match with that. At least it doesn't match with the basically, like, all of you have seen basically the stolen murals basically from at the British Museum, as it were. And basically none of this matches the artwork that you've seen in that. Like, the style is similar, but the garments the tunics and hairstyles are loose and flowing, predominantly in purple, green, and orange hues. The mural goes around every side of the room, with even the ceiling depicting worshippers, leaders, and villagers in orange, purple, and green robes surrounding a large silver machine inside a volcano. Pterodactyl riders, warriors of the sky, float above the ceiling towards a double circle. Basically, that seems to be above the volcano. Green riders, basically the circle is basically kind of shooting rays off. Red rays, blue rays, and yellow rays are coming out from the sun. Basically, and there are green riders in the red rays, orange riders in the blue rays, and purple riders in the yellow. Another one of those double circles is basically the center of the domed ceiling.
Are there any holes in the ceiling, or this is all just painted on?
This is all painted on.
Okay.
So you're catching this in basically torchlight as you kind of shine your torches across through the room.
Okay.
So, glowing corridor.
There is a glowing corridor towards the end.
I will move stealthily down towards the end of the corridor as quietly as possible.
Are there any objects in the room, like sitting on the floor or anything?
Nothing in this room outside of the murals.
Okay.
So what difficulty would it take to stealthily walk down to the end of the hallway?
Basically towards the far, basically across the dome mural, as it were.
Yeah.
I mean, it's deck stealth.
Nice and quiet. Okay, what difficulty?
The difficulty is... For this place, it's 6. There isn't a lot of debris or other stuff on the ground, so you're able to move relatively quickly and quietly across the ground. Basically, as you get closer to the corridor, you will note the fact that the dirt floor of this room turns into a stone-tiled hallway. The glow is coming from the far end. Basically, it seems to be... Basically, it seems to open up into another room, and that's where the glow is coming from. And there is a dusty, cobweb-filled tunnel that narrows down and is only wide enough for a single person at a time. Go ahead and give me
Kitty?
perception alertness.
Perception alertness.
Everyone can
I'm
give
letting
me
these
that.
two go ahead. I'm kind of got my pistol drawn and I'm watching behind us.
Oh,
Wow,
Did
go
you want
negative.
perception alertness from everyone, or just Sakaram?
go ahead. You can give me one as well, and basically everyone could give me one for different reasons.
And difficulty was 6?
Yep.
Jeez.
Give me a dexterity alertness roll, Sakram.
You said what alertness?
Dexterity alertness.
Dex alertness. Well then. 6?
Yes.
On it.
Okay. You step forward, basically leading over to look. Basically, you note something on the, basically on the tiles, and as you step forward, your foot brushes against one of the tiles, and as soon as it does, an audible grinding of gears and clanking of metal is heard before darts whoosh back and forth, both sides creating a flurry of dust and death. They stop after a moment. But then there's a clank grind as things reset. And the dart narrowly basically kind of brushes past you, snags your sleeve, and you're left staring at a slight rip in your sleeve that drips with a odd colored liquid. a drop of a bead of odd colored liquid kind of gathering on the frayed ends.
That's not ideal.
Mendoza, you will hear the T-Rex basically roar, which is unusual, as that's not something they do while hunting, and kind of start moving away at a rapid pace.
Okay. I'm gonna have both pistols drawn now.
Okay. And Brigit, you will hear that clanking noises go on. But you'll hear the dinosaur basically faintly making noises outside. But you're kind of in the middle of both of them.
Does Sakaram point out the trap?
My good chaps, please be aware of the trap. I do believe that was a close call.
Can I have a look at the sleeve and determine anything about the liquid?
You can. Give me perception medicine.
Difficulty?
This is 8 for you. This is also the point where I poke at Sakram's player.
Oh yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. I'll take a quick look. That would be I'm assuming intelligence poisons.
Correct.
Difficulty?
6
Since
for
I
you,
have-
since it's poisons.
I rolled it? Question mark?
It didn't show for me.
Forge does not believe you.
Yeah, it's not rolling it. One moment, I'm gonna reload Forge right quick. I don't know
Please
what's
hang
going on, but I don't know if it's a problem with that. I do not own any token in vision in this scene. Interesting.
You're back and you have control of Sakram again.
I wonder why it's yelling about tokens all of a sudden.
Like it knows that you have Sakram, and basically, and Sakram is in the scene.
Yeah.
This doesn't have vision or anything like that. It's not that fancy of a map.
Here,
I don't even see the map.
Correct. There.
Oh,
It's the same roll. For some reason, I can't roll my skills on the inside, or my features, backgrounds.
hang on, let me. I forgot
roll
what
stats, but not features.
I forgot the default for Foundry is to not.
Okay, I have a token now.
To not give vision to tokens.
Hey,
There's a
I can
map!
see things.
It's fine.
I feel like I may be a little bit big, but I'm good now.
Yeah, basically, yeah. This is a reference map, not a combat map or anything like that.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
there you go. Now you should be able to see, which
I
is kind of
can
hilarious.
too.
Maybe can you?
It did not fix my ability to roll poisons, but that's fine. The computer's roll will work for poison's roll.
I need to. Wait, can you see the map now?
One
or
success.
Not? Oh wait, I turned
can.
off the light. There we go.
Oh, hey.
There we go. Now you can actually see things. Which is hilarious
Okay,
because I threw
so-
the map up there and I realized after I put the map up that it just says trapped corridor there. So I'm like, well, I'll just rely on the players to roleplay that. But you couldn't see it anyway, so, it's fine. But now you know that's where the trapped corridor is. And it makes sense because it's trapped now.
Thank you.
So I'll assume we're over here by this.
Yeah.
Oh. Mendoza was staying by the biscuit. Mendoza was talking about being towards the entrance.
Covering our back.
I'm
Mhm.
keeping an eye on the entrance. I'm trying to stay close because, I can't be half the volcano away when they return it. And they,
Yeah.
Flash
That's
back,
fair.
So.
Just do be careful with the mural, please. Continue along our way.
Okay. So, you're left staring at basically, you're staring down the corridor.
Mhm.
The poisons roll, right. It is a paralysis toxin.
Oh no. That's not a good combination with other things. I do believe this poison would render one quite inert and unable to react.
Hmm.
The darts also would not be good for one's health.
Okay, well, now that we've looked at that, hmm. Are either of you very smart about technology? Or something?
Or something.
No. I'm very academic, however. Good at investigation. I know a bit of the occult. Politics, fighting, etiquette?
Okay, well, what would it take to notice whether there was a way to turn off these traps?
I would say start with perception, alertness, or investigation to take a look at the corridor and see what you can figure out.
Difficulty if you're using investigation.
5.
Alertness?
Okay.
5 as well.
Oh, apparently I'm very alert.
Be alert. World needs more alerts. Okay. Sakram, you will notice the obvious thing, which is that each stone tile in the narrow tunnel has one symbol on it. A double circle,
Okay.
a triangle, or a pentagon.
Okay.
It's not a perfect grid. They are very definitely hand laid and hand cut.
Okay.
um,
Good times.
Mendoza, you will note basically when you're kind of looking over it and bringing the torch down to basically examine it a little bit closer, as Sakram basically calls attention to the trace outlines of shapes on it, that the sun symbols, the double circles, glow when a light source is basically moved close to them.
Ah,
The glow more closely matches the neon blue.
Point that out, and then I go back to watching the entrance.
And Brigitte, you will note that there is text over the doorway. and you can roll Wits Enigma. Wits Enigma to attempt to translate it.
So do I click on wits or do I click on enigmas?
Enigma. And it'll ask you to pick which attribute, and you pick wits.
Right. Difficulty?
Let me check your languages really quickly. Swedish and English, right? Okay. Probably 8. Okay. Basically, you recognize that it's some kind of like Sanskrit or Nepali type language, but you can't basically. Your mind is basically under the stress of the situation. Your mind is blanking on what little Sanskrit and Nepali you do.
Okay. Since I'm holding the sun crystal, if I bring it down like Mendoza did with his torch, does it provoke the same glow?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a clarifying question. The double circle, are they concentric circles or are they like interconnected circles?
Concentric. One
Thank you.
inside the other.
Yeah.
In my brain, I'm like,
Okay.
wait, I remember my brain had to briefly remind myself what concentric meant exactly. Like, wait,
I
yes.
had to Google it.
Is there any obvious pattern to the arrangement of the tiles with relation to the symbols? Like, is there a path I can follow?
None of the symbols are next to the same. Basically, none of this. Basically, there is no repeated path of symbols that you can tell.
Okay.
Meaning the fact that there's not just triangles all the way down one side. There are sometimes the same ones next to each other, but it doesn't last. Basically, no more than maybe 2 or 3.
There's no rhyme or reason, is what you're saying.
None that you can tell.
Sakura, do you know which of these tiles your foot touched?
Was it part of the? Was it one of the tiles, or was it part of the mural?
One of the tiles.
I will
Basically,
point to that specific tile.
Your fair, basically, like you can tell because there's dirt scraped off of it. It was a pentagon.
And you said there were the concentric circles, triangles, and pentagons?
Correct.
Okay. Well, since you touched the pentagon tile, obviously that one triggers the trap, at least this first trap. Do we see any other trap, like holes for darts along the walls of the corridor as it disappears? Like, is this a repeated trap?
The mural seems to depict warriors similar to those riding the pterodactyls that you can see on the mural, basically in the domed room. And they are armed with blow darts. They are repeated down the length of the hallway.
Okay. Alright, so Birgit will suggest that Sakram step back. And she will also step back, and she will take her staff and touch the tile to the right of the pentagon tile that Sakram stepped on.
The tile to the right of the pentagon tile that Sakura stepped on.
Yes. Like, how big are these tiles, by the way? Are we, like, talking 6 by 6?
They are irregularly shaped. They are all basically of different shapes and sizes. They're all mostly rectangular. Some are closer to squares. Some are more rectangular. Which I say that and the geometry teacher just died. Some have more
All squares are
uneven
rectangles.
size. Some have more equal sides. How about that? But they're
Mm-hmm.
all right angles.
Okay. So if she touches the tile to the right, what happens?
Actually, I need to do this. The darts go off.
Okay. What if she uses her staff to touch the tile on the left?
The darts go off.
Are those two tiles different symbols?
They are both triangles. All three of them are triangles because rolls are weird.
Okay.
Actually,
I
I think
would
it was.
like to.
I think it was a pentagram. Was the pentagon? It
was
was
a
a pentagon,
pentagon,
and
yeah.
it's surrounded on either side by triangles.
Okay.
I would like to try a little something.
Okay.
I would like to try a little magic. It's just us here, right? I don't have to
Mhm.
be terribly concerned about problems. Let's increase our luck a bit. Prime entropy.
Okay.
I want to actually potentially cause the mechanism not to work as well as it was designed to.
Okay. All right. So you're doing that. Alter probability. Are you going? Yeah, I'm assuming you're going with alter probability.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And are you seeking to basically, I guess, what part are you at basically, what are you in trying to increase the probability of happening exactly?
I would like to increase the probability of the trap mechanism jamming.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and give me basically that is entropy 2. That is elegant, not uncanny. Which would mean that the difficulty is 2 plus the higher sphere, I believe here. Yes, 2 plus the higher sphere.
Okay.
Actually, no, it's 3 plus the higher sphere. I think I did it wrong. I did it wrong earlier. It should have been 7 difficulty, not 6, but oh well. So it is 5 difficulty.
Okay. So it's 5 difficult. I'm rolling 2
Rolling
for entropy.
Yep. You're rolling Arte. You're rolling your Arte.
Oh, Arte, sorry. 3d10.
That's the button. You can just click Arte at the top if you want to click it.
Oh, I can actually just click that. Got it.
Yep.
Oh, got it. Okay, difficulty
5.
5.
It's up to you if you want to basically spend willpower for additional successes. No one has consumed a cookie, so no one has quintessence.
Shoot. Yeah, I should have
Okay.
spent that willpower.
Basically, you feel the mechanism fighting against it.
Ah. It
As if it
doesn't want
believes basically
to,
as if it believes it should
doesn't want to
continue
die.
to function.
Oops. Okay. Birgit is going to eat Pepper Ridge Milan O cookie.
Okay.
Um,
You may add 3
and while
quintessence.
she's munching, she's gonna look at the murals to see if any of the information presented might assist with the trap.
Okay. Give me a intelligence enigmas roll.
Difficulty?
We'll leave it at 6.
Okay.
Okay, 2 successes. Okay. The sun symbols on the sun symbol. Basically, we're going to call it that because I've said it once already, and it seems relatively clear that that's supposed to be representing a sun. It's by far the most common symbol in the room. It basically, all of them, whether they're in the room or in the trap corridor, all glow with a light whenever, basically kind of glimmer with that same blue whenever a light is brought near them. You will also see several other things which seem to indicate a kind of reliance on chakras or other such things in terms of basically indicating that it's the the colors of rainbows emanating from the sun mural pertain to the chakras, an ancient understanding of energy centers in the human body. Not 100% certain on that module writing, but sure. Basically, you will note the fact that there is the color pattern emerging from the dome and the sun mural basically starts to follow the color pattern of visible light spectrum but deviates towards the end. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and white.
Interesting.
And the people seem to be dressed in complementary colors.
Okay, Birgit points this out and then asks, oh my god, brain. Sakaram, you are Indian, are you not? Do you have any knowledge that applies here?
Of course. Yeah, we got this.
I like the of course.
Try to.
I mean,
I don't know. Do I?
Does he speak Sanskrit? I mean, she points out the words over the.
Okay, there we go. That's what I was going for. Okay, give me intelligence academics roll. As you.
Okay.
Oh,
Jiminy Christmas.
Michael. We need new dice. Where's the dice jail?
Right?
You recognize the words for light and way.
Light and way. Okay. Light the way. Oh, bring in light and then hook them.
Are
can do
there
this.
in the trapped corridor, as far as I can see back?
Mm-hmm.
What is the most numerous symbol on the tiles?
The double circle.
Is there one within reach of my staff?
Yes.
Okay. I'll try and tap that one.
Nothing happens.
Is there another one within reach of my staff?
Yeah.
I'll try and tap that one.
Again, nothing happens.
It appears that the double circle, the sun, if you will, does not trigger the trap. I wonder if we could walk on
Interesting.
these.
Maybe.
Which of us is the most nimble? I'm probably the smallest.
I'm pretty good at that. I mean, unless our companion over there would like to run through.
I only got 2 circles and decks.
Ah, I'm nimble. I can do this.
Okay.
And we're going to. Do we have like a torch?
I basically, given you had fuel and light sources, I assume you have plenty of light to distribute between people.
I'm going to keep the light low, as in
To the floor.
towards the floor,
Okay.
not as in dim. And then I'm going to step very quickly through the room.
Okay. Give me Dex Athletics.
Athletics. That was a little bit of a Freudian slip.
Dex
right. You want
Athletics.
6?
6, yes. Difficulty 6.
Son of a.
Michael!
What the crap?
You stop yourself with your foot mere inches over what you had thought initially was a double circle, but you realize is basically actually a pentagon. You kind of
Yeesh.
balance slightly on that foot. You're about halfway down the corridor.
Can I spend willpower for this for a success? For the
Yes.
next roll?
You can spend willpower on any
Nice.
roll for a success.
Spend 1 willpower. Sheesh.
What is
I
going
think I spent a
on?
willpower. It's a good thing I spent a willpower.
Right?
The odds of this are so low with this many dice.
Well, the thing is, you're rolling successes, but you're also rolling botches at the same time.
Yeah.
Like you're rolling 8 and 1, 9 and 1, 8 and
Okay,
1. The last
I-
3
but
rolls you have
I'm rolling
rolled.
more. I'm rolling more ones than I am numbers 6 or higher.
Uh-huh. Yeah. There are some touch and go moments, but at the last second, basically, like you're coming down on what you know is basically a bad tile. You manage to kind of pivot off of your back foot and essentially kind of kick off the wall. And end up basically just barely kind of just sliding over the top of a trapped tile before landing in the other room.
Is there
Right,
a
okay.
switch?
Well, I didn't make it look graceful, but I think I made it in. Yeah, I'll look around. Is there any way to disable this from in here?
Give me perception investigation.
Perception investigation.
Hallelujah.
Okay. Yes, you will find basically there is a lot of machinery in this room, but basically you managed to locate what you assume is basically what makes the most sense to be linked to the machinery that is in the corridor. There is a lever.
Okay. Okay, I will pull the lever, Kronk.
Okay. There is basically several chunking noises, and grinding as things basically as you can hear, and the humming you've been hearing. Basically, you can't hear much because the room you're in is full of noise. But both Brigitte and Mendoza, you will hear the humming, and the humming that you could hear coming from the hallway slowly fade out.
Birgit taps the tiles that she knew were trapped before, just to make sure it's not still working.
So nothing happens.
Okay, she goes down the corridor.
Okay,
I'm
nothing
following.
happens. Okay, you find yourself in basically a large cavern in what is likely the central part of this small volcano. I like how they say it's supposed to be a large volcano, but these people don't clearly understand how big volcanoes are.
Yeah.
Like, it's a large cavern in the center of the volcano. Okay, you
Large
realize that
volcano the size
volcanoes...
of a small volcano.
Yeah, volcanoes are several miles. The craters of large volcanoes are several miles across.
Right.
But basically, you're in a large. Basically, there's a large cavern in the center. Again, it's magic. You know, wave your hands. It's a wizard did it. Wizards don't understand what they're doing. No sense of responsibility. Basically, the heat and everything else is kind of washes away from you as you step into this room, almost as by magic. There is a large Olympic-sized swimming pool. I don't know if you know, basically, sorry, this is written modern time period. A swimming pool, a royal-sized swimming pool fit for royalty. Basically, fills the center of the room with blue glowing water. Basically, low hum of machinery fills your ears. The room is bright due to the sun's rays beating down to the volcano's mouth. In the center of the pool itself is a machine rising 60 stories in height into the into the volcano mouth. Chrome beams, copper wires, weird coils with electricity sparking all over them, tubes, lots of large diameter tubes, push unfathomable quantities of energy around a vast array of blue, magenta, yellow, and orange. The sum of the caldera is roughly 6 miles. Yeah, 6 miles square. Yeah. Every few minutes, a steam pipe hisses and lets out an alarming sound, while red lights flash dire warnings. There in the middle of it all, a crystal similar to the one Roland gave you sits, but cracked. Clearly is the focus for this whole contraption, and it is holding up the hollow earth sun, if just barely.
Birgit says to Sakaram, activate that trap again.
Thank you.
Activate it on purpose.
Yes, behind us.
Oh.
Turn it back on.
Okay.
The
On.
trapped corridor.
Yeah. Flip the
Yeah,
switch.
Good. Thank you.
I got you.
You'll hear the clanking of machinery as it comes
All right.
back.
Then Birgit walks over to where the crystal is, the broken one, with the other crystal in hand.
Okay.
Let me give you a new map.
Well then, that's how well we're doing. Okay.
I think we need a bigger map.
Okay, are these little lines stairs?
Essentially, yes.
And
They're
like walkways
steps.
across?
Yep, they're walkways across the large, basically royalty-sized swimming pool.
Okay.
Royalty
And
food
I
music.
assume the crystal is in this gray circle in the middle?
Correct.
Okay.
It is currently inaccessible.
In what way?
It is behind glass.
Is there any obvious way to open or retract or lift the glass off?
Give me perception plus Everybody can give me perception, alertness, or investigation. Let me know which one you are rolling.
Alertness?
Investigation.
Difficulty?
Christmas.
What's the
My
difficulty
good rolls are ones.
for the alertness?
It's all difficulty 6. Sorry. I
Okay.
didn't remember to specify that.
Ooh-wee.
Okay. So, Sakura, you're just kind of overwhelmed by everything you see. There are lots of flashing lights and colors and symbols and other things going on. And you could tell basically the big thing that you're you notice is the fact that water doesn't seem to be natural, like basically just water. There seemed to be a lot of basically kind of life energy kind of basically spilling off of it.
Okay.
Like restorative type thing is what you're kind of the feeling you kind of get looking at it.
Makes sense.
Basically, Brigit, what you will notice is there is a panel directly in front, that square panel. I don't have pings apparently enabled in here. Sure. The square panel that's directly below the circle.
Cursor
Yeah.
is.
There is a bunch of basically there are circular buttons which are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and white.
Okay.
And there are triangles which are purple, orange, and green.
Is there any corollary between these colors and colors we've seen elsewhere inside of here?
They, of course, basically the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and white are the sun's rays colors from outside. And purple,
Okay.
orange, and green are the colors of the robes that people have been wearing in the murals outside.
Purple, orange, and green are the robes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Last thing you will notice as you approach this corridor is that you will note that there has basically, there are signs of obvious tampering and damage that has been done, and there are several supply crates and other things and crates of tools and things like that are scattered around the area, which seem to have basically VR painted on it, as well as
We were a little too early for virtual reality, but okay.
Womp.
And as well as basically some other symbols that you don't quite recognize, that seem to have been painted over or crossed out, like there are like multiples in a row, as if people are fighting over ownership, the latest of which is a crown symbol. Some of the prior ones you recognize as different magical chantries that you've been aware of. There are also some weird ones, like some which seem to be of Indian origin. Indian holy symbols for peace.
Okay.
And what types of gear are in these crates?
Tools of various shapes and types. Some which you recognize, some of which you don't recognize at all. Some seem to be a little bit more than bundles of collections of wires. Some seem to be weird gun-like objects. Meanwhile, while you're looking at that, Mendoza, since you're a little bit more paranoid than the rest, you can basically, you will notice the fact that you can start to hear, over everything else, you hear scraping noises coming from above you. And basically rocks being kicked down and moved, coming from above you.
Good times. What do we see up there?
I shout that they might want to, pick up the pace a little bit.
Trying to solve a puzzle here.
Yeah, Birgit calls Sakram over to look
Yep.
at the colors. And help her with this puzzle.
I don't know. Can I use Prime to kind of identify magical auras? Better understand this puzzle?
Bad idea.
Sure. Give me an Arte roll prime difficulty 4.
Arte Prime 4. So how do I roll Arte Prime?
I'm sorry, Arte roll. Basically,
Okay.
the difficulty is, it's prime 1, so difficulty is 4. Sorry.
Difficulty is 4. Can I spend a willpower on this?
You can.
Do so. That makes that 3 successes.
Okay. You can tell the fact that there is, that there is a sequence. Basically all of the shapes on the control panel. Need to be depressed in a particular sequence. You can tell that it starts with the red circle and ends with the white circle.
Okay.
But it involves all of the
From red to
buttons.
white in a specific sequence. I don't
involving
know the
all the
sequence, I
circles
just know it
and
goes from red to
buttons,
white.
all the circles and triangles.
Does anybody
Okay.
remember the colors of people inside the colors of rays out in the main?
No. I didn't write it down either.
Mendoza, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 4 because you asked. Everyone else can give me difficulty 6.
What was it?
Intelligence.
Just straight intelligence?
Yep, memory check, essentially. Okay.
Yeah, I got that.
Mendoza, you will remember that. Good. The green rider was inside the red ray. Brigit will remember that the purple rider was inside the yellow ray. And Sakram will remember that the orange rider was inside the blue ray.
So I'm gonna shout out to them. It's like, hey, you remember the riders in the rays and how they're different colors? Does that help anything with this puzzle?
Maybe. What is the let me think. I think it helps. Can you describe the puzzle again? Because I don't remember there being symbols. Oh, what was the order in which the riders appeared? Maybe that's it.
At the
There
beginning.
were the red,
So the-
orange, yellow,
Good.
red, orange, yellow, green. No, red, orange, yellow, something purple, white. Is that what it was? That were circles?
The control panel is red, or basically has circles of red, orange, white, yellow, green, blue, violet. In no particular order. It has triangles of orange, green, and purple. The sun's rays outside, basically coming from basically that Brigit saw earlier, the sun's rays were essentially a rainbow, only they did not have indigo and violet. They had violet and then white as the ending too.
Yeah.
So it was Roy G. B. V. W.
Correct.
And then Purple Rider was inside yellow. And what did Mendoza remember?
What did Mendoza remember?
Green
Because,
Rider
well,
was inside
Mendoza
of red.
remembers.
Green Rider is inside of red.
And what did
Mendoza.
Sakharam remember?
Sakura remembers
The-
that
Good.
movie posters.
I-
Orange inside of
Yes. Blue.
blue. At this point, basically, you're basically, those of you who don't know, basically complementary colors:
Yeah.
red, green, blue, and orange, and yellow and purple.
Yep. Okay.
It would be real helpful if the buttons were arranged like a color wheel, but you did not say that.
It would be helpful.
Yeah.
Quite helpful.
Or is it the?
Let's push these in order then.
They
I guess.
kind of are. Basically, like the diagram I'm looking at is the circles are all they circle around the white button in the center, but it goes red at starting at 9 o'clock. It is red, then purple, then yellow, then green, then orange, then blue. It
Wait,
is
red,
circular.
purple, yellow,
Green, orange, blue, and that's
Green.
red starting at 9 o'clock.
blue, and white in the middle.
White in the middle. And then orange is to the up to the upper left of that. The orange triangle is up to the upper left of that. The purple triangle is up to the upper right of that, and the green triangle is center south.
Of course.
And just to be clear, you're not sharing this diagram with us, and I'm just not seeing it.
I am not sharing the diagram with you currently.
Okay, thank you.
If it becomes important, I can share it with you. But to quote a terrible movie from the last couple of years, I've given you all the clues, Mr. Policeman.
What terrible movie
Yeah.
was that?
The Snowman.
Oh, I've never even heard of this. Okay.
It was a really weird Liam Neeson movie that was
Yeah.
based on a really successful series of things, but like its marketing was whack. Where it's just like one of the movie posters is just a picture of a really bad drawing of a snowman, and it just said, "I've given you all the clues, Mr. Policeman," and it just everyone's just like, "What?" It's bizarre. Mendoza, give me a perception alertness check.
Calling me right as I had a huge yawn going on. That was perception alertness.
Yes. The rest of you can continue with your puzzle solving.
Okay. We've got the general order, but do we know what sequence is it? Are there like buttons or something that we have to insert or activate here?
They're buttons.
There are buttons. All the things,
Well, let's
all the
push
colors
the-
I've described. The circles and triangles appear to be buttons. Which, like, my brain is racking myself trying to remember Victorian era buttons, but you know it's steampunk era, so there are probably we have buttons at this point. Mendoza,
Yeah.
you will note that a pair of grappling hooks have kind of hooked onto the edge of the volcano. Basically, as some stones drop down and splash into the pool, and someone is clearly using them to scale the side of the volcano.
Okay, so question about the whole spheres thing.
Yep.
Matter.
Uh-huh.
Can I do anything to
Antimatter.
suggest that edge that the grappling hooks are on crumble?
You can.
Especially after I'm looking up these and I just chow down on a cookie.
Okay.
I'm like, oh shit.
Picked the wrong week to stop eating cookies.
What?
Nom 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 nom.
Would stop eating cookies.
Okay. So you have basically, if you wish to remove it completely, that's matter 3. If you wish to transform it from, basically from earth into another substance, such as kind of water, that is matter 2. If you wanted to transform it into air, you're getting into forces.
Okay, so I've got 2 dots on matter, so that means I could get it to shift from like solid to liquid or dirt
Yep.
or whatever.
Correct.
I would like to do this.
Okay.
Sounds like fun.
Okay.
What if you're on the end of the rope?
That is.
Yeah, well, that's their problem.
That is uncanny. Basically, by the way, the rest of you can continue puzzle solving while I'm doing this.
I'm working on it.
This is uncanny, so this is going to be Arte. Difficulty is basically 2 plus 3. Basically 2 plus 4, so it is difficulty 6. So your Arte difficulty 6. You may choose to spend willpower to give yourself an automatic success, or quintessence to give yourself basically to reduce the difficulty.
Are there any modifiers?
No. Modifiers give you extra dice or remove dice.
Okay, I'm going to use a quintessence.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to use a willpower. Let's do an automatic success here.
Okay.
So do I even roll?
Yes, you still have to roll because botches can still subtract automatic successes just as much as they can subtract rolled successes.
Gotcha.
You
Okay.
can also end up doing much better. Okay.
Cool. 2 successes. This is uncanny, so give yourself 1 point of what is listed as paradox on the sheet. Basically, as you feel reality fight against you, basically as you assert the fact that that edge of that volcano is not in fact solid rock, but is in fact actually water and liquidy. Basically, you can see the grappling hooks kind of slip, and you can just faintly beyond you basically hear, "Blimey!" Basically coming from basically, and so basically some other not so nice basically British cursing going on from overhead.
Not very
Overhead.
gentlemanly.
It's not cricket.
Okay. I would like to do a little lucid dreaming on solving this puzzle.
Oh my, okay.
Lucid dreaming or dream?
Lucid dreaming.
Okay.
I would like to direct my dream so that I am dreaming of this situation and allow me to consciously meditate on what the solution to this puzzle is.
Okay.
So, what would I need to roll for that?
Okay. In game, basically, so basically, I'm going to basically, you have another talent, basically a background above it called Dream, which is closer to actually what you're wanting to do here.
I was reading the lucid dreaming, but
I know. Basically,
Okay.
but basically, it is basically Dream is essentially more of what you're trying to do. The game wants you to do this, but this is more of a dream situation. Basically, lucid dreaming is if you are actively asleep, and wanting to guide a dream. Whereas Dream is more you sit down and meditate on something and attempt to guide it.
okay.
Exactly backwards of what makes sense. Okay.
All right. Yep.
So it is Perception Dream, difficulty 6. However, this is going to take some time, as you have to essentially settle down and meditate on the situation. Are you okay with taking some time?
I don't see another option right now, so
Okay.
yes. So I don't have. Do I click on Dream in the features
Click on
list?
Dream, and it'll pop up
I-
the same box,
Perception,
and then
difficulty
Perception,
6, you said.
difficulty 6. Yep.
Okay, here we go. It didn't let me? Let me try again. Yeah, it's not taking it.
Yeah, there's been a few different types of
Sure.
roles that are really
Well,
hard
that's
to
weird.
do.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working on that side. Roll basically click, do awareness. We'll just treat it as Dream on the main page. Look, apparently the features page is the rolling is broken. Sadly, that's annoying.
Yep.
Okay, so perception, awareness, perception, 6.
Yep. Or perception
Okay.
awareness. Yeah. Okay, 4 successes. More than enough. So, you will basically do game terms. In story term, your character takes a short period of time to concentrate on a particular situation. The more elaborate the situation, the longer it takes to meditate on. The form of concentration depends on the mage's focus and can range from a night at the library to a BDSM session. Good morning, mage.
Dear
Wow.
Lord!
Giggity.
Did we turn on the mature rating?
Wow. Okay.
bucket.
That happened fast.
Okay, sure. Okay.
World of Darkness for the win, yo.
Spider fights stuff only 4 that's much large abilities and over basically the skill fades away. Okay. This basically essentially grants you an ability basically for a bit. And it gives you it at that level, so it grants you 3 dots in. We will essentially say it grants you 3 dots in, like, enigmas. So give me a perception enigmas roll. Okay, so actually, rather, you're meditating right now, and when you come out, you'll be able to give me a perception enigma roll to try to figure things out. So,
Okay.
Yep.
you announce the fact that you're doing that, Avi. I assume you don't just suddenly just
Yes.
fold yourself against the floor and just start snoozing.
Yes.
No.
It's up to you what
what
form
I-
you
what
want
I
your
would say-
meditation to take place.
What I would say is that I need you all to protect me. Buy me some time.
Okay.
and then I'll go into a little meditative trance.
Okay. So.
Nose is just thinking, what the do you think I'm doing?
So.
Exactly.
Sakram and Mendoza, what are you doing? You can hear, obviously, basically the people who have basically are still basically now climbing a little bit more cautiously up the edge and will soon be at the lip.
So, when I look at these colors, and there's one thing that I don't know if you answered. We had seen the symbols near the entrance, yeah?
Okay. Symbols or
Those
colors?
symbols
Which ones are you talking about? Basically, there are the symbols, there's the double sun symbol you have seen everywhere. There are the symbols you saw on the tiles in the trap corridor, which were double sun, triangle, and pentagon.
Right. No, I'm referring to the colors. Was there a sequence to the colors where we like it was a key or a legend near the entrance?
You better. Oh my god.
They were in a circle around the sun in the front area.
In the front area, but here they're also in a circle.
Correct.
No, the buttons are in a circle.
The circle buttons are
But
in
I
a
thought-
circle.
But the buttons are attributed to a color.
Correct.
And we've figured out the mapping of buttons to colors. We just need to know the order in which to press the buttons.
That is your assumption based on what you saw with Prime, yes.
And so, because they were, okay, that was what I misunderstood, because the description is very similar. The original colors were also in a circle, so I don't have a specific, there's no sequence that's determined based upon that.
This is why I'm meditating.
Yeah, it ends in white, and the white is the center. And so looking around, she's meditating. Is there, we have the ability to turn the corridor trap on and off.
Are you standing in the center?
Yeah.
Okay.
What other interactive elements, like I'm looking for buttons or levers or doorways or...
At this point, basically there will be a winging sound as something pings off the ground to your right. The walkway to your right. And you can basically...
Is that a bullet?
That was a bullet. And looking up, you will see two individuals. One who is very dressed in a British officer uniform, and another which looks closer. Basically, you will recognize as your rival.
Oh.
The rival is the one pointing the gun at you with a slight grin on his face.
Okay.
Basically, he's like, "Step away from the machinery."
How far up is it to that point? From where I'm at.
Can I do ground to water again?
You can. They both have ropes tied around them. They're obviously like preparing to abseil, as it were.
Of course, if they did it a little bit quicker than they were expecting, that might have
60 stories in height is what it says.
Oh, so they're way up high.
They're way up high, yes.
Oh. They're gonna have some really bad luck in their lives. As they attempt to move, they are going to do it. I mean,
okay. So it sounds like we are breaking into combat at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So how combat works in this thing? We'll wrap this up relative. It's 5:30. Well, you know, I was thinking 5. But... Okay. So I guess here's the quick question. Basically, are people good to keep going at this point, or do we need to call it? It is 5:30.
I can probably go an hour.
I'm fine. Yeah. Same.
Okay. So, how initiative works. is you will basically everyone will roll. It is, I think, is it perception alertness? I had to double check. 1 second.
I thought it was wits alertness, but
It
I
is
could be
Dex
wrong.
Wits. That's what it is.
Oh, Dex wits, really?
Dex Wits.
Okay.
Basically, roll 1 die, roll a d10, and then add it to the total of Dex Wits.
Okay.
Wait, what?
It's
That's-
so random.
What?
Roll Dex. Basically, you have Dex. Basically, count the number of dots you have in Dex and Wits.
Uh-huh.
Then roll a single d10. /R space d10. Or roll a physical d10 if you happen to have one nearby.
Plus the
Plus
Dex
that
and
number.
wits modifiers.
Yep.
That
Much
is
like what.
Right.
Yep.
So rolled a. I used actual because I couldn't remember what you said.
That's fine.
9 plus 4, so 13.
Okay.
Forgot how strong those penguins were. It's my little pocket size set.
I don't have actors for these two, so I just need to create 2 quick actors for British officer. Say hello to the British officer. Actually, I probably have a better token for them.
I don't know. I kind of like the alien looking thing.
Mysterious figure is what that is particularly called.
I know, but this is taking place in a jungle, in
Yep.
a volcano temples, sort of, and all I could think of is Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls.
Oh
So-
yes, totally.
I'm amused
Love
by
it.
the fact that that sort of looks like an alien.
There we go. I'll do that. That's the officer. And here's your smuggler friend. Okay, Mendoza, what was your number?
13.
Okay. Sakram,
13.
which of you has the higher dex?
4.
2.
Okay, Sakram's going first. Brigitte?
7.
Yep. And I need to roll for the. They rolled a 9 and a 2. Cool. So the British officer. Dex Wits is 6, so 15. And then the smuggler. This is why I have all these people in the database. It's much slower on the draw. 4, 6. Wow, the smuggler is smugging, but not doing much actual combat here, huh?
But apparently he didn't shoot first.
Well, he did shoot first. He's the one who fired the warning shot towards.
Okay, but he's not as good as Han. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Definitely. I mean, he deliberately does. You wouldn't want to kill his opponent like that. Okay, so the British officer will shout at you to stand down, back away from the machinery, and clear the way for the basically under the command of Queen Victoria. This area has been claimed and is property of the British Empire. And then he will start to rappel down. Never let a British person tell you what to do.
Wow.
Given your
Wow,
circumstances, Luna, that is such an amusing
Wow.
comment. So that is what.
more of a personal standard, Luna.
Okay, now it is Sakura's turn. I remind him every day.
Goodness. So, we're going to utilize entropy to decrease their chances of success. In other words, let me think. I want to increase the odds of equipment failure.
Okay.
I mean, it would be a real shame if that rope were to happen to snap at this moment, or if that
The gun jams.
the gun were to jam, or the yeah, exactly. It'd be just a terrible thing.
You're just going with general misfortune.
Yes. Actually, who's coming down right now?
Right now, the British officer is the one who's moving first and is abseiling down.
Okay. And so, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna go with general misfortune.
Okay.
So you had a bad day.
Nice.
General misfortune. Okay. Alright, that is misfortune targeting someone else. That's close to curses. This is the part of magic which is mage, which is exactly determining exactly what that is. So that is manipulation, not control. So that is likely entropy 2. You're trying to generally bend misfortune in the area, which is entropy is always the weird one, where you're like, okay, what exactly does that mean? You're not targeting a particular person for it. It's usually basically it's not going to be you're not deliberately focusing it, so it's not going to be a very fate and fortune, altered probability. It's not quite bless curse. Okay. Basically, I will let you do we'll call it for entropy 2. You can give a 2-die penalty to any, basically to an effect that they are doing. For basically,
Sounds lovely.
actually, how about this? Basically, roll your arete, and then you can determine basically severity of penalty versus length of time, basically divvying up the successes that you get.
Okay. I will spend a willpower.
Okay.
And it's difficulty 6?
It is 2 plus. No, this is good. This is elegant magic, so it's 5. 2 plus. Basically, the entropy is it's a 2 sphere plus the entropy. Elegant is 3 difficulty.
That's 3 successes.
Okay.
So
So,
I will spend.
It's a basically getting any successes means it's your base you're starting from is a -1 die penalty for 1 round. So it is up to you to spend those 2 successes to increase either one of those stats
How about-
by what you want.
How about
so you can,
-2 for 3 rounds?
no, it's basically up either one of them.
I
So
have
you
to
can
spend the
do
extra dice.
oh
Minus
plus the willpower.
2. Yes, plus the willpower. So,
So you have 3
minus
successes.
2 for 3 rounds. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And you're targeting the British officer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't be seen killing a British officer. That would be unseemly. But if he were to fall to his demise, oops, that's a tragic accident.
Welcome back. We're good. I do find it funny. A little speech bubble popped up over your head. Okay. That is your action. Mendoza.
So, British officers on the rope coming down.
Yep.
Can I see where his hook's set up?
No, it is out of sight.
So that means I can't liquefy the area, right?
Not under the hook, no.
Okay.
Fooled me once, shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me
What?
twice, shame on me.
Okay, so how do I shoot him?
You point the trigger, you basically put
Shoot
your
the
lips
other
together, and you blow.
Shoot the guy with the gun. Anyway.
Okay, so you are targeting somebody with your pistol. The pistol has a built-in, basically a built-in difficulty associated with it. You should be able to see that on the basically on the character sheet. I believe it has a difficulty next to it, right?
Let me look at the actual character sheet. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, it is Dex firearms.
Yes, there's firearms. Dex difficulty is, I believe, a 6.
Okay, and he gets Dex athletics in return. Dex athletics for him is 5 dice. -2, so 3 dice. 3d10.
Actually, time up.
Yes.
Time
Yes.
out. Back. Am I allowed to back up? I just thought
Yeah,
of something.
sure. Go ahead. Not a problem.
Instead of changing the ground, can't I just change the rope?
There it is.
You can attempt to affect the rope. Yes. The rope is considered. The rope is not living material, as it basically used to be living, but is no longer currently. So it is in the domain of matter.
I would let's go ahead. Let's burn another willpower and let's get that rope.
Okay. What are you
Where it's not rope.
doing exactly?
I'm trying to think of what I want the rope to turn into.
Okay.
Candy floss.
Okay.
Because over there it's not cotton candy, right? It's candy floss.
I'm basically someone do a quick Google, find out what time when cotton candy was invented. It's fine. I will basically some form of candy,
Some spun sugar.
spun sugar, taffy. One of those existed during that time period. I'm certain. 1897. Okay, so not quite yet.
It's too late.
You're about to create it. is what you're
Taffy
going-
was too late.
Pasta.
pasta.
Ah.
Okay.
See, spaghetti was just too obvious, though.
Spaghetti Western.
I know, right?
Okay. Now that we've all made the obvious joke. So, okay, so that is obviously going to...
dental floss already existed.
Dental floss is actually kind of tough. That might actually be improving the rope.
Yeah, the problem is you can't hold on to it.
Yes, and also for the length he would need to come down from that high, the tensile strength wouldn't be there.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So this is matter 2. This is very definitely uncanny, as there is no natural explanation for this happening.
Hopefully, if it works, he won't be able to tell anyone.
So it's 2 + 4. Again, it is basically the Victorian magic doesn't care about witnesses as much as it cares about hypothetical witnesses. You're still getting reality's attention by doing screwy things. Reality looks over and goes, wait, what? I don't remember that. I don't remember that. It is 2 plus basically 4, which is 6, is your difficulty. And it's basically, so you're rolling Arte, difficulty 6 is your set standard. You can use quintessence and willpower to modify that as you see fit. How much length are you basically... You're probably not basically... Are you affecting basically all of the rope or just a section of it?
A section of the rope above where he is.
Okay. Then I will not require more than 1 success.
Seriously.
Good news.
No!
You said you were spending a willpower, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you do not botch. That's good. However, basically you attempt to basically wrench reality out of shape, and the rope stays firm. And basically you feel basically a slight kick in your teeth as reality says, "No, this is a rope. What are you talking about?" You still earn 1 point of paradox. For attempting something of the uncanny nature.
Freaking chaos.
Okay. Coming up next is Brigitte, who is meditating. Basically, you will roll. We'll say you spend 1 more round meditating, and then basically this is your last round of meditating.
All right.
And you'll be back in next round. The smuggler. What does it take for that action? That's close enough. I will take that. The reason why I have how do you do that book? Like, what does it take for that action? Hopefully it'll give me a nice formula for it.
Excuse me.
Okay, so that is horses and life. That makes sense. I could see that because you're affecting a living object. This basically, James Clifford simply grins and steps off the edge. And you can see him basically as he is starting to fall. He seems to fiddle with something on his belt. And you could see something glow briefly. Basically, the glowing basically getting stronger as he starts to slow down rather than speed up as he gets closer to the ground. Assuming this comes off and he doesn't, splat across the ground.
I'm all for him splatting.
Splat.
It is quite possible. Okay, that's great. I need to roll that though. Thank you. Cool. That's better. Okay. That was closer than I would like. He will come to a rest at the bottom of the stairs. Essentially at the base. British officer is still in the air. He is basically at the base of the machine. And he will promptly untie himself from the rope that he is tied into.
Man, they got here fast. They were right on our heels. That's all I have to say.
Dramatic timing. The British officer is attempting to abseil down, but seems to be having some difficulty. That is probably... That's strength athletics. So that is strength athletics. That's 6. So 4 dice for him. We'll kick the difficulty up to 7. This is challenging. He's got the machine to kick off of, so it's not 8. Okay, 1 success. So he will basically be about 60 stories up, so he'll probably drop to about... Basically, he's probably like 10 stories up at this point. But still attached to the rope. He will draw his pistol. He will draw his pistol. Basically say, I will not repeat again. Step away from the machinery.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes?
You said he's 60 stories. The volcano is 60 stories?
That is the description I was given. Yes.
That's like 600 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a long way.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, it's a long way.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Sakram.
Well, unfortunately, my entropy was not enough for him to fall. I'm going to pull out so he's down at the bottom.
Correct.
Pull out.
Well, basically the officer is currently 10 stories up. The smuggler is at the base of the stairs leading
I'm gonna walk down to the smuggler and attempt to. He's fiddling with his rope and his equipment and everything. I'm gonna wrap a garrote around his neck and twist, or at least try to.
You're going to try to. Okay, that's a melee attack, so that is going to be Dex melee, unless I'm badly mistaken. I believe there's basically does the weapon have a difficulty listed on it? I think it does.
Difficulty 6. I'll have 3 successes.
3 successes, and then he is going to roll Dex. He's going to dodge. That's going to be Dex. Dex athletics. Dex athletics, or basically, you get a Yeah, he will dodge because he doesn't want. Basically, blocking a garrote isn't a great idea. Dex plus athletics is 5. Difficulty is 6. 2 successes, which cancels 2 of your successes out, but not all of them. So you still get the attack.
Nice.
And your attack is. What's the damage on that weapon?
Damage is, it says, +1L.
Okay, so +1 to the amount of successes that you got, which is 1, and it is lethal.
Got it. So 2 damage, lethal.
Okay, that brings him to. So that takes out the okay box, and it takes out the -1 box. And I will say you essentially have him in a grapple at this point.
Okay.
He can get out of it using strength brawl or some other means if he wants. Okay, Mendoza.
Okay, I'm shooting at the officer, British officer.
Okay. Dex firearm.
Dex firearm difficulty was 6, if I remember. Yep.
Okay. 2 successes. He attempts to dodge. Oh, I was dealing with the wrong one. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. Dex athletics 5, manage 2, difficulty 7 because it's not right. It's 1 success, you got 2, so that's 1 success plus whatever your what's your weapon damage?
6.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's just straight 6. Is it 6 lethal?
Just 6.
Okay. I'm assuming it's lethal.
Firearm, I would imagine.
Yeah, like I don't think firearm is bashing. No, it just says 6. It doesn't actually say 6 lethal.
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual. I printed out the PDF.
Yeah. Double checking to make sure that other firearms don't have lethal and they just forgot it for that one. All damage from firearms is lethal. Okay, cool. I'm like, that would be odd if
Makes
firearm
sense, but-
firearm damage was somehow bashing. Like, that doesn't quite feel right.
The frick?
Okay. He's a British officer. He does not have armor. I'm like, does he have any armor? And I'm like, I'm thinking of the time period, and I'm like, no, he didn't really have armor
in the
for firearms, not for this time period. So
Kevlar does not exist yet.
just straight 6 damage. Ow, that's not gonna end well.
That's the hope now, isn't it?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is not incapacitated, but he's at a -5 penalty.
Dear
there's-
Lord.
Yeah. Hi. Welcome to being mortal.
Woof.
Guns suck. do realize
Don't
that
get hit,
these,
by the way.
yeah, do realize that the same is basically the same applies to you as wizards. You're just people.
Yeah.
So he's having a bad day. Brigit, you come out of your dream. You now have the additional skill on enigmas. If you want to, you can attempt to basically take an action to figure out the puzzle, or you can deal with the situation you wake up to.
I'm sorry, I was typing. What did you say?
You emerge from your dream to the
Yes.
basically to the sounds of gunfire, screaming, basically an active combat. It is up to you what you want to do. You can spend a turn puzzling over the puzzle with your newfound skills. Or you can attempt to basically, or you can join the combat however you wish.
All right, let me look at one thing here. Okay. I want to see if I can solve the puzzle because I'm not much of a fighter. So what do you need?
Okay. Basically either you can tell me you have a solution you want to come up with on, or you can roll intelligence enigmas, which is now enigmas is now at 3 because of your dream. And I will give you essentially, basically for each success that you get, I will tell you a part of the pattern.
Okay. You're saying I have 3 to enigmas, but what if I already have 2?
Then you have 3 total now.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, no, let's make it 4, just because that makes more sense for this case.
Okay. So it would be enigmas, what?
Intelligence.
Thank you. And difficulty?
Difficulty for this is 7.
Here we go. Jeez.
Okay. You will work out 2 things, basically. You know that it starts with red and it ends with white. You will also figure out that
Yeah,
the complementary colors are meant to be pressed after each other.
Okay.
And that you are going through you are going through the chakra rainbow, inserting the complementary colors.
Okay.
I will let you get 1 attempt.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Not a problem. I need to figure out exactly what the smuggler is going to try to do to Mike.
So to clarify, the triangles represent the complementary colors?
Correct.
Okay. So it would go... Orange. Red, green triangle, orange. Yellow, purple triangle. Green circle. Blue circle, orange triangle. Is the purple circle actually violet?
Yes.
Okay.
I should have said violet, not purple. My bad.
Yeah. That's okay. So red. Okay, I think I have it.
Okay. What is your attempt?
My attempt is red circle, green green triangle,
Okay.
orange circle,
Okay.
yellow circle,
Okay.
purple triangle,
Okay.
green circle,
Okay.
blue circle,
Okay.
orange triangle,
Okay.
violet circle,
Okay.
white.
Basically, as you click the last button, everything will flash, and something will say, "Thank you, friends of Eon. Access granted." And the glass panel
Yes.
Well
on the
done.
facing north will pop open.
Woohoo.
With a
Okay.
dramatic hiss and a swing that is like it is on an invisible hinge.
And so now I have access to the broken crystal.
Correct.
Okay. Is there only one slot for the crystals?
Yes.
Okay. So Birgit is gonna do a la Indiana Jones in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay.
She'll take the good crystal in her right hand and get ready and grab the broken crystal and just do a quick swap.
Okay. There is all the lights, everything will go dark as soon as when you pull it out. And then a low mechanical hum will start to get louder as the crystal glows with intense blue light. A beam of energy, because we have to do this like an end of a Marvel movie. A beam of energy breaks through the machine, lighting up all of the arrays. And climbs all the way to the hot top. And basically the sunlight pouring down from above will brighten immensely to almost blinding levels, causing everyone to flinch briefly before it restores to its normal thing, and everything seems to stabilize at a normal, pleasant hum. And you're holding a broken crystal.
Great. I'll stuff that quickly in my bag.
And your pin will start to flash blue. or rather,
The one on
Sakram's-
Sakram's chest.
Yep.
Yeah, good times.
Okay. The smuggler will grab the garrote around his neck and hiss, basically, and hiss, "Such low methods are beneath you, Sakram." And chant something quickly under him, basically, and chant an alchemical formula under his breath. Okay, 4, difficulty 7, 1 willpower. Actually, and 1 contestants. 2 successes. Yes, I know it says British officer because I have the wrong one selected. 2 successes. So, he basically converts the garrote. Basically, he burns the garrote. Like fire races
What?
down the garrote, and basically give me a dodge check, Dex Athletics, to let go of the garrote before your hands get burned. Okay, you get a success, so you managed to let go of it before basically your garrote is destroyed, but you do not take any damage.
Right.
And he will spin to face
That's
you.
unfortunate.
The British officer will be having a bad day, hanging 10 stories in the air with a almost definitely lethal bullet wound. We'll attempt to we'll dropped. Would he continue dropping, or would he? No, he probably returned fire. So Mendoza, give me a Dex Athletics check as to dodge the bullet that's coming back at you. Good news is he's at a ridiculous penalty for this roll. He's at -7. Holy cow, what's his Dex firearms? I think he may be at, you get a die. His Dex firearms is 6. So yes, he is at, you get a die, but you need 2 successes. Good. Right now, you basically just need a die. He will spend a willpower from... Okay. He secretly points the gun in your direction and pulls the trigger. Basically, if you're like, bloody American, you'll pay for that. Shot. Basically, you managed to dodge out of the way of the shot fast enough, however, and it pings off the ground next to you, Mendoza.
Right on.
Actually, wait. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Sakura?
Yep. So he got rid of my garage. So pull out the. Was I able to obtain the kukri I had looked for earlier?
Yes. I mean, if you're asking if there was one in the one in the supplies, yes.
Cool. I will pull out the kukri and I will attack him with it.
Okay.
So let's see.
Dex
this
melee.
would be Dex melee again.
Smuggler.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
He will go dex melee as he blocks it. Actually, no, he will parry it with dex melee. Okay, sure. Oof, 3 successes though. Dex is 2, melee is 2, that's 4 dice, -1 for wound penalties. 1 success, so that's 2 successes. So you have 2 plus whatever the weapon gives you.
I don't know what the weapon gives me, actually. That's a great question.
We'll consider it the same as a Chris knife, strength +2.
Okay. Then strength +2 would... Oh, really? That's a 4.
Okay.
I got, 3 successes, so...
Right, it's just straight strength. Right. It's not never a success. It is never a success. Okay. So 4, you said?
Strength is just 2.
Okay.
If it's just straight strength.
Okay. So yeah, it's that plus that. So yeah, 4 total. Alright, he hisses in pain. I'm not happy about that. Okay. Next up, Mendoza.
See if we can finish off that officer.
Okay.
That's Dex Firearms.
Correct. Straight to you, shot through the heart, and you're to blame. Basically, he goes to fire a second shot at you, and you drill him between the eyes.
You give British soldiers a bad name?
Head goes limp, the gun splashes into the water at his feet. That's underneath him, and he just kind of descends the rest of the way, crashing hard into the water.
You say into the water?
Yep.
Interesting.
Brigit, you're up.
Okay, so my understanding of the situation is the soldier is now into the water.
Yep.
What is happening with this mortal enemy of Sakram?
Sakura has given him a nasty gash across the chest. He, however, is still standing.
What does cosmology do for me?
Let you make people pretty. Oh wait, sorry, that's cosmetology.
God
I was
bless it.
doing the best I
Michael.
could not to say it. Makes you look pretty. Also,
The answer is that's like essentially astronomy and things like that in this particular
Okay.
thing.
All right. And I'm a caretaker and a prophet. Do I have any abilities to affect the smuggler's ability to cast magic?
Do you have any ability to equip it? Let me check. No, that would be Prime.
Hmm. Does my spirit abilities sphere thing get I'm learning all the vocab. Affect my ability or affect? Can I use spirit to affect his spirit?
Not without. Well, you have what level you have life?
I have life at 2 and spirit at 3. Hello?
I'm attempting
Okay.
to figure out basically like that's a interesting combination. There isn't a lot that those two. Like you might be able to stop him from using anything spirit related. You could essentially cut off his access to the spiritual plane. The spirit strike down below. The long and the short of it is not really. The answer is life is your closest to being pure combat. Basically, like I want to hurt a person.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to make him give up.
Destroy a living person's soul and invite a ghost to take up residence. Spirit 5, Life 4, Prime 2.
Wow. Okay. Well, I definitely can't do that. I'm streetwise though, so what does that give me in this situation?
The chaos you unleash without ability. Yeah, there's a reason why basically that many dots is ridiculous level magic. And high level mages asking a GM to pull his hair out. What does streetwise get you? I will let you give me basically if you give me perception streetwise, you can tell what he's going. I can give you a basically that will give you a clue of what he's going to do next. How about that?
All right, difficulty.
We'll make it 7. A little bit challenging to figure out what this guy's doing here. 2 successes. Okay. So. Now I have to actually make my final decision over what this guy is going to do. He is going to run, but he's going to run in a destructive manner.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Meaning his underlying goal right now is he's leaving. He's taken fairly significant damage. His ally is out. He's facing 3 other Awakens. He doesn't think he can really take the chance. But he's not going to... He's going to run in such a way which is going to essentially cover his exits and basically do as much damage as possible on the way out.
How the hell is he supposed to run? I mean, I'm not questioning you. I'm just thinking out loud. Like, Mendoza's between him and the trapped corridor, which he'd have to turn off to get out.
You're thinking like a mortal.
Yeah, well, that's the first step in the thought. The other thought is, how does he go up? Magic? Would
You have seen him manipulate forces.
Would Birgit know what type of magic he had used to
Yes, it's fairly basically.
levitate?
Yes, it's fairly obvious that he is basically a decently experienced forces user. Given that he has set things on fire, slowed his acceleration, slowed his fall, etc.
And what abilities would she have to combat that then? Like, what combats forces besides forces?
Counter magic, blah blah blah. I would. You don't have prime. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm beginning to see that that's a problem.
They designed this character to be a very particular type of character.
Mine or yours?
Yours.
Yeah.
The one I'm playing is pretty much a battle mage.
Or can I somehow buff Sakram or something?
I will let you attempt, basically, given what you know, I will let you roll spirit to attempt to essentially buffer the impact of what's coming. It won't stop him from escaping, but it will prevent damage to those around him. How about that?
Okay. I'm in. What do I roll?
Highest spirit, this will be a spirit, this is spirit 3, so we'll put this at, this will be uncanny, so it's difficulty 7, so it is Arte, difficulty 7. You can spend willpower and willpower to get automatic successes, quintessence to reduce difficulty.
Okay, I have 3 quintessence that I haven't used yet, so can I reduce to 4?
You can spend as much, you can spend up to your avatar rating, which is on the features page.
Two.
You can reduce
So
the
I could
difficulty by 2.
Okay, so I can do difficulty 5,
Correct.
and I would also like to spend a willpower.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll that.
Seriously? Wow.
The botch in there kind of screwed you.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good news is that's 2 successes. So you will essentially, everyone will essentially get a 2 bonus to the, to their basically soak for what happens next. As he thrusts his hands down and essentially explodes upward on a basically column of compressed air, essentially throwing all of you backwards, as he propels himself upwards and out. Basically shouting, "This is not the last you'll see of me, Sakram."
Mwahahaha.
Assuming, of course, he doesn't botch the roll on the way out the door, which would be hilarious.
Next
More
time, Gadget. Next
my
time.
speed. Highest difficulty is 7. What's his avatar rating? Surely they gave him a decent avatar rating, right? Right? Oh, I say like they gave him, like it wasn't me who created this thing. Surely I picked someone with a decent avatar rating.
Hopefully, past Mark.
Passmark didn't record his avatar rating, so we're going to assume 2. Because that's a fairly standard avatar rating. Okay. So he will drop the difficulty by 2 to 5. 4 dice on the Arte. And he is spending 1 will. 1 success. Good job, dice roller. 3, 2, 4, 7. Cool. We'll take it. So that is 2 successes. 1 success is propelling him upwards. The other success is propelling outwards. 1 success on force damage is... I believe it is 3 damage, I think. It is 2. Oh, actually, that's 2. Okay, we'll call it 2. That's fine. Whatever, that works. So, everyone is taking 2 levels of damage. This is all bashing because it's air. That means you get to roll. So you get to roll soak. That soak is stamina. I believe it is. What's the other one? Ugh. Well, I know it's been forever since I rolled soak. Gosh, it's just stamina, right? I'm like, some of you, I don't think you had anything to it. Right, no, it's just stamina. You're going to roll your stamina. You're going to add 2 to it. You have a 2 modifier because of 20 Brigitte, basically spirit of protection that she has laid upon the place.
And difficulty is?
Difficulty is 6.
Ouch. Poor Mendoza.
Okay, Brigitte, you will take 1 level of damage. Mendoza. Actually, yeah, no, Brigitte will take no levels of damage. I don't see a roll yet from Sakram. And
Oh, sorry.
Mendoza. Can you
Stamina
botch
what?
Silk roll?
Roll stamina with a modifier of 2 with difficulty
okay.
6.
Now I have to
Yeah,
look
there
up
we
what
go.
happens when you botch a silk roll. I think the guide says you done screwed up. Adding damage up, soaking damage. Each success on the soak roll reduces the damage by 1 health level. The soak roll eliminates all the successes scored. The character takes no damage. Takes damage without getting hurt. Takes no. Okay. The answer is there is nothing for botch. So you just feel bad. As you essentially attempt to position yourself and just get slammed back into the wall and bash your head. Like you brace for the impact and you're great, except for the fact that the floor just slips and slams you backwards. So you will take 2 levels of damage. Mendoza, Sakram, and Brigitte will both take 0 as he escapes upwards and out of this adventure.
Aww. Tragic.
All right, to wrap this up because we are way over time. Sorry. So you will, I assume, return back with the crystal. Activate the pin. Return back. I assume you give the broken crystal to the professor as requested.
As
Yes.
requested.
Okay.
As requested.
He
He said
will
he thought he
promise.
could fix it. That sounds like a good win to me.
He will promise to attempt to amend for past wrongs. He is not surprised that basically that you were greeted by force, basically, in that, however, you have probably earned some enemies this day, but probably no enemies that you didn't already have. However, basically, he himself will likely have to leave. And you'll kind of think, basically, it's like, I think the Americas sound nice this time of year. I'm lying, they're a terrible, dreadful place, but one must do what one must needs do. Sacrifices for past misdeeds. I hear they don't even really know how to make a good cup of tea over there. And he will take the crystal, gather the cat, and the the large server doodle.
Doodle.
And head out through a doorway. Which basically you're fairly certain as you see the doorway close that location doesn't match any location that you know of any place nearby. He suggests that you leave the house relatively quickly, as it is not likely to remain standing for too much longer.
Okay, let's get the heck out.
Okay. And
Where's
as
the
you
cat?
leave the house, as you start to leave, the house
We took the cat.
has already started to fold in on itself.
Oh no.
And it reduces itself down to a small miniature version of itself. And then a hand reaches out from a shadow, picks it up, and disappears.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of basically, and so that is basically, you will find yourself back out on the street. Basically, the knowledge of a job well done. Each of you later will receive basically some bank errors in your favor, shall we say. As each of you will receive in your own ways, will find a deposit of money untraceably linked to you. That will basically essentially for the next 6 months increase your resources by 1.
Yay.
Giving you a little bit more breathing room in your day-to-day lives. And that is where we will end this. Any comments, questions, concerns before we wrap things up?
This was fun.
Yeah, I like Mage.
It was a good time.
I like
Good time.
playing it. I don't know that I'd want to run it.
No, like, Mark, way to go, dude. Thank you.
It is an effort, but it is basically, of course, you helped me a little bit by refusing to use magic for the entire first half of the adventure.
I didn't refuse, but like,
There was no need.
yeah.
I'm like, oh, they'll probably do something to the cops to get them to go away. They'll use mind magic or something like that. Nah. Okay.
I mean, if the mundane solves a problem, why
No,
not use
it
it?
worked out. It worked out. It was
Yeah.
fine. It just amused me that basically in a mage game, everyone's like, do we want to use magic? Nah. Look, okay. That's fine. Makes life easier.
Look, you made it very clear that reality watches.
That is very true. That
I was
is the balance
being
of
smart.
Mage. That is the balance of Mage, is if you go too nuts, magic starts to kick you in the teeth.
We saved all that up for the end.
Yep. That means I didn't get to roll any backlashes. It's so...
Yes, exactly. See, the way you teach the first-time players about a backlash is you don't warn them in advance that magic should be used sparingly. No, that's not fair either.
No, that ends badly for some player who ends up botching it. And basically getting basically getting smacked in the face with Quiet. Quiet, by the way, is Magic's reality saying, you go live in this box now and you don't get to change reality for a while. And you just stop being able to affect magic for a bit until reality takes you on a timeout. And that's one of the nicer paradox punishments. The worst one is when a little old man shows up to you and says, please stop. And if you refuse, he just goes, okay, you don't get to live here anymore. And you just stop existing. Bye. He does warn you.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think that's the correspondence connections paradox backlash. A little man shows up and tells you to stop doing that, otherwise he will wipe you out of existence. You're out of time. One of the two. In any case, so this has been Lorelink. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for playing. I want basically we will basically, as Lorelink, it's basically, actually, let's go to basically 20. Thank you so much for being here. Basically, go ahead and give yourself a shout out. We'll start with you, then we'll do Tony, and then we'll do Mike. In terms of what you do on a regular basis, what could people see when you are not here? How can people find you when you're not here?
I just dropped a shout out to my channel. I
Awesome.
stream lots of video games, and you can find me at 2020 site on Blue Sky. And that's the only social I really want to promote right now. And I'm a mod in this channel, so come back and hang out with me while Mark is doing planning and stuff.
Yep. All right, Tony.
All right, once again, I am Tony. I am the communications guy. You can also find me. I'm running an Etsy shop, Troxel's Trading Post.etsy.com. I am also on Blue Sky, TroxelsTradingPost.com, and I also run our Blue Sky account for Lorelink at lorelink.com. So, yeah, give us a follow.
Awesome. Definitely do so. And Mike.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm MR Dowden on Blue Sky. And yeah, I have nothing really to promote. Just check out Lorelink. Thanks.
Mike runs occasional streams here, going through planning out Quest for the Frozen Flame. You're on book what of that now?
I was on book 2. We're nearing the end of book 2. We've done I think I'm working on planning session 25, something like that. Been going for a couple years, and we've done I think 12 planning sessions here on Twitch for that adventure. So it's a good long running campaign. It's been a lot of fun.
Check those out if you want to see how a long-running campaign functions on Lorelink, as opposed to I tend to handle more of the quick one-shots as I'm bouncing around between system to system, not really revisiting as much. But Mike gives you a great overlook of what a long-running campaign looks like in Lorelink. And to speak of Lorelink, that system which you see below me, Lorelink is our campaign management tool system. As you can see, I've been pulling I had creature stats dumped in here, I had locations, all the traps and all the different events. I had the locations set up so that I can quickly see, for example, the Hollow Earth stuff. I didn't have to come all the way back up here when I was looking at any of the rooms in there. I had the ability to tell the fact that, hey, Hollow Earth, I've set the difficulty for Elegant Magic at high spirit +3 and Canny Magic at high spirit +4, and I have different stats for that when basically they were back in London if they decided to use magic there. All of that was built into Lorelink so I could quickly navigate it, so I didn't have to pour through a ton of PDFs a lot of the time trying to find stats, trying to find stuff. I put it all into here, I put it all into one location to help me find these things and look them up faster and track them much quicker. So if you want to see more of that, check out our various different ways you can see that. You can continue to be here on our Twitch channel where we stream through planning sessions for various games. We do actual plays here. Occasionally we play video games as well. Like next week, we will actually be back with a World of Darkness based video games. Not one of the better ones, one of the more interesting, fun, kind of silly ones. We're doing Hunter the Reckoning, I believe is the name of it. It is an older Xbox game that is set up assuming I can get it set up and running, which I think I can. And basically, it's a multiplayer, basically a 3-player multiplayer game that will basically, I believe I will be joined by most of the people here. I think it's actually 4 players, so I think everyone here will be joining. So you can come check us back and see us when we're being a little bit more silly and a little bit more video gaming. As for basically, if you want to find out more about that, obviously follow the channel. Following is always great. It is free. It is cheap. It helps improve metrics and all that fun stuff. So it's a cheap, easy way to help support a streamer. If you want to be like, hey, I think they're cool and I want to basically give them a little bit of support, but I don't really have a lot of money. Following is the easy way to do that. If you have money, or if you have Amazon Prime Gaming, you can give a subscription to us. If you use Amazon Prime Gaming, it is free. You can just give us a sub for a month. It takes money out of Jeff Bezos' pockets and gives it to us. And as the promise we always have here, while Jeff Bezos will spend that money on a yacht, we will only spend it on in-game yachts. So you can it's always grateful, always appreciated, never necessary. However, we will never be running anything which requires subscriptions or anything like that. We are basically that is not the way that this Twitch channel works. So always appreciated. If you want to catch more of these things and see, hey, if these people want to check the planning sessions I did to build these sessions out, just a horse armor. Yep. Basically, all the planning sessions we did or previous gameplay, like when we did another World of Darkness game, Vampire: The Dark Ages. You can check that out on our YouTube channel. All of those are archived there. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, whether now or in the past, or the future, rather, no, if you're in the past, it's too late. It's done. In the future, however, if you're watching in the future, give a like and subscribe. Those always help those videos, and those are free over there as well. If you want to see what systems we've run in LoreLink, planning or otherwise, check out our systems page on our website. And while you're on the website, you can sign up for our newsletter, which gets you monthly updates on all the cool things that we're doing and doesn't necessarily mean that you have to touch social media. You can check us out on social media on Blue Sky if you want to see more up to the minute stuff on what we're doing. And last but not least, of course, if you actually want to sign up and use LoreLink for yourself and demo the stuff that you see below, I feel weird doing this weird gesture, but hey, we'll deal with it. You can go to the LoreLink website on the Get Started page, and you can sign up for a free World Tier account that will, as I disappear off camera because I always forget where the camera's pointed, a free World Tier account, and be able to check out LoreLink for yourself. 2 campaigns for free, no charge, no credit card information necessary. Just give it a check, give it a look, and tell us what you think. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate everyone watching. Appreciate everybody basically who's chatting. I appreciate all the players. Thank you all so much. And with that, I will wish you all good night.